with the music. What's up, YouTube? How are you doing today? It is, what day is it? Wednesday, and price is moving down right around the time that we usually update or upload a video. So I was like, you know what, let's go live, because of course now that finally the local probabilities played out, it took a while for them to play out really, but now finally the local probabilities of seeing one more low played out, and now we are at the important support area, which is the white box with the value area high, which we're going to cover, and we want to see proof of support before anything else. Right now that price is moving down on volume, we want to see support. We're not here to catch knives, we're in the business of professionally trading, and what I like to see with my plan is proof of support. If we don't, there's no longs, there's only shorts, right? So yeah, let's cover the price action on the chart, and I hope you are doing very well. What's up, everyone? Lucas Otte finally feeling good again, so it is a treadmill time. That's what we like to hear. Back to walking. There's going to be a time you're going to be running and jogging behind your screen. Dow Wester, lol, right at the target area, great timing. Short at 45,380 with the bearish divergences. That is a very, very nice entry, sir. You've done very well for yourself. We're indeed at support now here, right? A little bit of a reaction, which we expect. So it's good to see, but we're going to cover the different scenarios. And while we are live, we can also observe price action a little bit, which is interesting during moments when volume comes in, right? So let's see what's up. But nice. Good one. Bogdan, what's up? How you doing? Flotti, DJ Koen, and Koen the Elliot Master again at the start. What's up, Flotti? How you doing? Good to have you here. You only have one eye now instead of four? Or is that always the case? Because when I reply to you in the comments and I look in YouTube Studio, you have 4 eyes instead of 1. Maybe you've changed your name, I'm not sure. But good to have you here. Bit Phantom, hello. Koens, Loons happens. Happy New Year. Hope you had a good few days to start the year. Imagine the candle if the ETF gets rejected. Yeah, or accepted. Either way, of course, there's likely to be some volume. But in both cases, I would fancy a move down because of the greed, the hype, you know, just especially if it gets accepted. How nice would it be to get a big candle up and then everyone buys, greed, lolly-dolly-la, and then boom, you know, you go back down again. That's something that I'm going to keep my eye out for. And of course, the other way, if it gets rejected or whatever it is, I don't know if we really get as big of a reaction, but yeah, maybe then we move down very quickly to eventually later move back up. But it does fit with Elliott Wave scenarios as well, which of course is what we're going to cover. So hope you're doing good in this stream. What we're going to do is, of course, go over Elliott Waves. I'm going to start on the lower time frames, build my way up to the higher time frames. Of course, the morning video included some high time frame stuff, so the low time frame is going to be most of the new info. But it's always interesting to combine the new low time frame like things, like the new time frame information, and connect it to the higher time frame count. So that's what we're going to do. Roberto Pinto, welcome. Good to have you here. Sticky Fingers, by the way, welcome as well. Philip Walsh, Happy New Year, Koens. Happy New Year, Philip. Good to have you here. Welcome, everyone. I hope you had a good start of 2024. I mean, the first week is not even finished. I mean, we're on the 3rd of January, so we'll see how this week will end with the price of Bitcoin. No? Are we going to be below or above 44K basically, or 43.5, I would say. Okay, let's get started, shall we? We're going to start on the lower time frames, and I'm going to remove the range. Okay, so the probabilities of this morning were local time frame, higher probability to look for another low, right? Which we got now, so that's sorted. Micro, because of the 886 touch here, possibly a diagonal, but we'll get to that in a second. 886 here, arguably some probabilities higher to still look for this high on the low time frame and the medium time frame. Like low time frame, let's don't go too high. Like low time frame is basically this range neutral, right? We want more information locally to then decide the probabilities and reassess the probabilities on the low time frame, which is basically the 4 hours. So based on the 15-minute locally here, we assess the probabilities on the 4 hour, right? I always really enjoy using low time frame info for high time frame probabilities. And that is why in the morning video, low time frame was neutral, but local here, when we, let's see, the video was online around here. When I posted the morning update, probabilities were higher to take the low. Low time frame probabilities of the whole range, neutral, still is, right? Because we want to see proof of support. So let's start with the local stuff. Yeah, this has now been, like, we took the low, so that's fine. Let's look at the scenarios. Yes, that is what I want. The 2 micro counts here. Okay. Remove the volume for a second. So let's start with the wave C. That's the biggest change. So if we are looking for this wave C, in the bearish scenario, we're looking for a bigger flat, right? A, B, C. That's the bearish scenario. Bullish scenario is continuation in a wave 5, no? So in the bearish scenario, wave B, okay, let me change your thoughts. I'm going to start with this 4 hour because I need to create the context before I go into the lower time frames, right? Let's start with the bearish stuff. So bearish A, B, C, we're looking for a flat structure. We have a 3-wave finished A, then we look for an A, B, C, and B. Most common pattern in a wave B of an expanding flat is a zigzag as well. So we're then looking for a zigzag A, B, C, and then we're looking for a wave C towards the downside. Now, if you quickly want to have an estimate of the targets for a wave C, then I can put these on the chart as well. Depends a little bit on where we position A, but now here. So we then get a target area. Well, that's going to be a hell of a big area. No, not that one. I need that one. So that would be 40.6K to 38.4K. That is the most common target area for a wave C. Between the two, 1.618. So basically, you're gonna, take the lows of this range in an expanding flat. That's also what you like to see. No, this is the common target area for your wave B over here. Now that means for this wave B, we are then looking for a 3-wave structure. If we position A there and then a WXY A, B, C, B, right? We're looking for a 3-wave structure. And now then, let's zoom in locally. Because now that price has taken this low, I know it's a bit messy, I'll clean it up in a second, but just for the sake of explanation, if we are looking for an A, B, and a wave C, this wave C has to be an impulse by itself. Previously, I had to count like this, right? We were potentially looking for another high in C, where this was then your wave 4, and and this is your 3. So we then have a 1, 2, 3, potentially 4, and 5. Right, this low here was made on the 3-fib time, taken from the high to the low of 2 to the high of 3 to compare 2 with wave 4. Wave 4 commonly is ending before the 4-fib time compared to 2, right? But now you can see that price has made a new low, which lowers the probabilities that this over here is your wave 4 and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reason being, your wave 4 is now more than 6 times longer in time than your wave 2, which is not really what you want to see, right? So that really lowers the probabilities that another move up to take the highs is part of a wave C at the moment, right? We'll observe how price then moves to the upside, but at the moment, there's lower probabilities, no? If price moves to the upside. So therefore, the probabilities increase that your 3, 4, and 5, and therefore your C in the bearish scenario would already be in. So you have your 5-wave diagonal A, your B is finished, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in C is already finished, and you're now beginning an impulse to the downside for the bigger C, as mentioned just now, right? So this is where time plays an important role, which means that, of course, locally, that is this scenario here, but that's fine. Locally, we are then looking for a wave 1, 2, and we want to see a wave 3 to the downside. No? Now, if we take a fib from the high to the low and we toggle on wave 2 targets, then the golden pocket has been hit twice before this move towards the downside. And we also had the bearish CVD divergences right here. Gotta love some proper CVD divergences. These have now played out over here as the low got taken. These CVD divergences were on the right side of the most recent high, increasing probabilities for this divergence compared to the bullish 15-minute one we had over here, right? Now, the golden pocket is a common target for wave 2, wave B, wave X, right? So in this case, however, in the bearish scenario, you are looking for a diagonal structure in your wave 1, corrective structure in your 2, and you're going to be looking for wave 3 continuation, which means, that's an important word, continuation, right? You want to see continuation to the downside in the bearish scenario, and mainly you want to see this support fill. We are now at support, right? Shorts, we're here, no financial advice. You can short anywhere you like. This was your area of interest, right? We now move to the downside, bearish CVDs played out, all that stuff. Monthly again retested, by the way, as well. But now we are over here at support and we are very close to re-entering the range. If I go to the 4 hour, 1 hour, and we have a look here, the value area high is sitting at 44.1k, 44.2k, right? The point of control is an important support area as well at 43.6k. However, if price re-enters this range and reaches the point of control, the bullish scenario where we are looking for a 5-wave structure, which I'll cover in a second, really lowers in probabilities. The moment you get acceptance here and you reach the point of control, the probabilities are higher to move down, in then a wave C. Which also would suit range trading, where you have a deviation, you come back in the range, potential support point of control, retest the white box, maybe some additional bearish CVDs, and then you're going to move to the other side of the range, which is then over here, the lower end. No? Now, what do I mean with point of control hit lowers the probabilities for bullish scenarios? That is this. So in the bullish scenario, we have our 3, we have our W, X, Y, and 4. We're looking for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Oops, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a wave 5. As it stands, not yet invalidated, but we want to see proof of support. We don't catch knives, we don't YOLO, we don't FOMO, we wait for price to show us what it wants to do, and you follow your plan, your strategy. If you already saw proof of support according to your strategy, that's nice, right? In my case, I didn't, and from an Elliott Wave point of view, I also didn't, right? We do have an area of interest, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, in this case, your wave 2 is bigger than the yellow count for an A, B, and then a C, because then this was your 2 against this being a 4. In the bullish count, you have a diagonal 1, 2, 3, looking for 4, 5. Target area 4 on the chart, as you can see. The invalidation, however, is most important, 43.5k. which is close to that point of control as mentioned. And that's why I said that if price is going to reach the point of control, it really lowers the probabilities for the bullish scenario, as for a wave 4, you don't want a 0.618 being hit. It's an invalidation, right? Yes, you can get a bounce to the upside and you can move back up to this white then resistance area, right? The white horizontal area here, or even a bit higher. But eventually probabilities increase to move to the downside, or you just go down directly. I mean, it's just that probabilities change. So we are now inside the target area for a wave 4. Time-wise, we made a new low after the 1-to-1 fib time, taken from the high to the low to the high here, right? Oops, which is common for a wave 4, because generally a wave 4 is longer in time than a wave 2. And then you want to see a move up in a wave 5. However, we want to see proof of support, which at the moment we do not see. And therefore, I am very patient. If you're not into any shorts positions, right? Look, no financial advice, but proof of support is also something I say a lot to silver members when I update them, you know, with everything that the price is doing and what I see on the charts. proof of support for me is just very, very important, because why would I try to catch the knife? You know, do I want a nice little screenshot to share on my socials? No, you know, I'm looking for profits and safety, good win rate, and staying, you know, following my plan. So we just wait patiently and see what happens. So we are currently at that white box. That is very important, and that is basically it. We have the flat, we have the wave 5, we found resistance against the monthly over here, 45.5, right, shown in the videos as well. Important area, which, by the way, is also the golden box. Remember? Oh, how many weeks have we spoke about the golden box? 45.2 to 46K. It's nice to see it hit, and it's also nice to see a little bit of a rejection, because we've spoken about it for so long. So yeah, that is nice. But in the recent updates, we were mainly looking, of course, at the rejection here and the price action and the local probabilities playing out. So that's what we like to see. And yeah, now we need so the probabilities will only switch bullish now if you see proof of support from an Elliott wave point of view, which means we need a bounce, we need some waves to the upside, right, to show us that it wants to create another impulse to the upside. If it doesn't, then there's no point. We're going to be looking for lower prices, where I can remove this one over here, and I'll keep that one on the chart for now. So that is basically what I'm looking for at the moment. And this is all information necessary for the local price action. Now, how does this, by the way, how would it translate to a higher time frame, right? That might be interesting as well to cover at least. Shortly mentioned it, of course, in the morning update. So this move to the upside at the moment, for me, does not yet look like an impulse. So even if we would fall down, I'm not looking at this to be the high of 5. I would still expect one more high to be made at a later stage. Even if you get a bigger rejection, reason being, it looks very much like a three-wave structure on the lower time frames, right? A, B, extended C, if at least you don't return back to the upside, right? That is what we're going to keep an eye on, as just explained. But if price would move down in the flat scenario, I'm not looking at this being the high for a 5. I would expect higher prices to come at a later stage. However, will that be in this scenario, or does it happen in this scenario? That is the big question. Reason is that this wave 4 is getting quite long. So if I take a fib time from the high of 1 to the low of 2, so to the high of 3. 1 second. My throat is still a little bit itchy. That's a nice quote, Video Kingdom. I love that one. I'll answer the questions and go into chatting in this section, right? Session. I go into chatting in a second. Holy moly. Brain lag, brain fart. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this wave 4, if price would move down in a wave C now, right, that's what we're looking for, A, B, C, then your wave 4 is going to be very long compared to your wave 2, which is not ideal, right? It can be a very quick move down, that's fine, that's no problem. We have the 5 fib time, but a wave 4 being 5 or 6 times longer than wave 2 is not really nice to see, right? Usually that is very, very long, lowers the probabilities that if you do get a move down, it's going to be a 4 of this degree. We are now talking about Elliott wave degrees. That is where time plays a very, very important role. So it lowers the probabilities. This is a green 4 for another 5, which then also increases probabilities for the potential where is it? Bigger corrective structure, where we're going to see a range for a couple of months at the beginning of this year, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where your flat here could be your first structure in an A or W, B or X, C or Y. So you're basically going to go horizontal for a couple of months. If you get a flat here, the probabilities decrease for the green count that I've just shown, because of time, probabilities would increase for this scenario because of time. You have your 3, you have then your A, arguably this blue A, by the way, has to move to the right. But you then have your A, your B, and then you're going to be looking for your C down. Target area for this 40K to 34.8K, pulled from the low of 2 to the high of wave 3, right? And then after your wave C, one is looking for a bit of a move up, and then again another move down for then a bounce to the upside. Invalidation 0.618, 32.4K. Time-wise, and the reason, by the way, I'm then looking for a bigger structure is because of time again. Because your wave 2 is so long and so shallow, wave 4 can be deep and short. And it would be quite a deep retracement if you have an A, B, C to start with, then an X, and then another Y, and potentially a zigzag, creating a flat X zigzag down, 0.5, or maybe even shortly below the 0.5 before a move to the upside, which makes me remember we have the top of a weekly gap here at 34K as well. So that could be interesting support, and then we're looking for a 5 to the upside. And that 5 can be quite long, as wave 5 likes to be relatively similar to a wave 1 in price and in time. So those are the two scenarios on a medium time frame that are currently interesting to the current price action. No? In the bullish scenario here, if you're looking for a 5 up, you want to see price turning around. So we need support, right? And that is where the analysis from the beginning of this video came from. However, I actually think did we touch the point of control now? Ooh, yeah, we did. So yeah, that lowers the probabilities for the bullish scenario, increases the probabilities for a wave C to the downside, which is, yeah, we hit the 0.618 here. This is why it's nice to go live when there's volume, stuff happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then eventually 5, right? Invalidation 0.618. It is incredibly rare. I don't think I've ever seen it to have a wave 4 bounce on a 0.618. So unless you have a double 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, but that's not relevant at the moment with the current scenarios that we're looking at. So yeah, lowers the probabilities, of course, even more for a wave 4, increases the probabilities for your ABC, for then a continuation to the downside, deeper move, where also we could have a little bit of support, maybe at the point of control, little order block, maybe a retest of the value area high, but generally probabilities are higher to then move to the lower edge of this range. Look for a wave C. And also if it does, what we then look for is a range to form. So we have our 1, 2, then we get our 3, and you know, wave 3 can be very, very extended. So it never really makes sense to look for the target of a 3. But what we're eventually looking for is another range to form. And when the range comes, that is when we can reassess the probabilities again. So yeah, that's the analysis basically in a nutshell. So while we let price do its thing here, let's have a look at what you guys are riding. Answer some questions. Where were we? Garcia, blessing to you and the group. Welcome, my friend. Blessing to yourself as well. Hope you have a good 2024, Garcia. Adrian, what's up? How you doing? Good to have you here again. Video Kingdom, what's up? How you doing? Errol Salaman, always there, always hanging out in the stream. Good to have you here. XVG, please. For now, we focus on Bitcoin. Sticky fingers. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Going to get ready for work. Oh well, you were there during the analysis, so good luck at your work as well. You catch the beginning of the live stream, which arguably is the place where we do the analysis, right? For the people just joining, we just did the analysis part locally, as well as zooming out to the medium time frame, so you know what I am looking for from an Elliott Wave point of view. The Video Kingdom, be greedy when others are fearful, be fearful when others are greedy. That is correct. I always like that quote because I really enjoy the psychology of the market, which for me is translated in Elliott Waves as well. Elliott Waves for me has a very strong relationship with reading the psychology of the market. And yeah, you know, what you say is true. When everyone is greedy, become fearful. and the other way around. How does it look? Proof of support for me. I mean, I have, of course, my strategy, my way of trading. So I have a couple of entry requirements, and this is something I can recommend to anyone watching, is that if you make a, like, if you look for proof of support or proof of resistance, what tools do you enjoy using, right? What are some of the tools that you like, you can build statistics on, then combine them, and a combination of tools means you're already going to have some entry requirements as well, and then you can create a bit of a plan. So for me, I have my entry requirements, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 rules. So there's 7 important rules for me that function as an entry requirement, which means I look for stuff on the chart. So it's a combination. So what does it look for you? It's not too important, but the main question is, what does it look for you, right? Is it for you maybe RSI, stochastics, CVD, candlestick patterns, market structure change, volume, order flow, the order book, patterns, anything. That is what you're going to be looking for. Now, in my case, what I like to do is give price some time. And I think that is what many people, especially starting traders, not tend to do, is they try to catch highs and lows, which I have done in the past as well. So I can speak from experience, unfortunately. Nowadays, I'm a very patient trader. So for me, proof of support is also a time thing. I like to give price some time, wait for candles to form, wait for a range, wait for a bounce, like something that gives me more confidence, and then look for my other entry requirements. I had the setup video, you had the same rain legs? Oh, brain legs. Bad day. Brain legs. No, I actually have a good day. I have a good day. It's a good start of the year, but yeah, sometimes not everything functions 100%, right? I need to speak slower. Usually that is the thing. Speak a little bit slower, more time. As a speaker, right? I'm a global keynote speaker as well. So when I speak on stage in front of a live audience, I speak slow. And the reason is that everything you say has to be absorbed, of course, by the audience, which actually is the same, of course, as in YouTube, by the way. It's not that there's any difference. It's just that the experience of being in a room with hundreds of people in front of you changes the speed of speaking. So when I speak for an audience, I am actively slowing myself down to give myself more time to think, but also it helps the audience. Arguably, it's something I have to do in my updates as well. But there's always so much to cover in a short period of time. I don't want to waste your time. Around 10 minutes for the updates is nice. Yeah, so, maybe something to improve in the future as well. Dumping hard, exactly. That's what we like to see. So, and this is also why the probability section in the regular update videos are so important, right? Like the video of this morning, for the new people here, I do 3 updates a day, and I always have probabilities at the end of my videos, where per time frame I give probabilities to scenario bullish or bearish, right? What are we looking for? When do the probabilities switch? And in the morning video, locally, we have the probabilities higher of moving down to take this low. When it then takes the low, if it does, but in this case it does, if it then takes the low, that is when we observe the reaction and look for support, the yes, the no. Now, there's high volume coming in, right? There's literally no range being formed on top of this white box that you see here at 44.3, 44.4. Just keeps dumping. Oh, that's perfect. No, then we're just going to be looking for lower. So, yeah. Papa, DCC Trader, what's up? How are you doing? What did I miss? I'm not sure when you jumped in, but the analysis part was at the beginning. So maybe just a part probably of the analysis, I suppose. Could this be a wave 1-2 of an extended 5? No, this is for me not a 1-2. Like if you look for a 1-2, then this has to be your wave 1. But in your wave 1, where's your wave 4? 1, 2. Okay, we got that. 3, 4, 5. Right? We never got a fifth wave up. You have internally, you can count 5 wave structures, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the probabilities are higher for this to be an ABC compared to a 1-2 continuation. Let me pull a fib here as well, by the way. Golden pocket. Did we hit some? Oh, we blasted through this daily naked point of control. Oh, that's old. Okay, yeah, so then you have to look for another A, B, C. But then the same rules applies, right? Even if you would be looking yourself for this to be a wave 1, 2, and continuation up, which would now be probably the bullish scenario. But you know, we look at the volume as well. I mean, if you would be looking for this to be a wave C, then what we want to wait for is a range. Because if this is a C, what you're going to be looking for is a range to form, right? A bounce, then a retracement, get some divergences on whatever you use, or candlestick patterns, or whatever, volume-wise, order flow, order book, something that gives you more confidence to look towards the upside. And at the moment, it will take some time, right? It will probably, if you're going to be looking for this to be a wave 2, which by the way, it's also a very long, of course, wave C now again to the downside, if that would be the case, that almost a 2.618. So yeah, at the moment, it doesn't have the highest probability to have this as a wave 1-2 because you miss a wave 4, which usually is longer in time than your wave 2. But all of these ranges here are much shorter in time compared to your wave 2, which lowers the probabilities that any of these ranges to the upside are a wave 4 of the same degree. 1, 2, 3, where's your 4, right? Which increases probabilities that this is a 3-wave structure to the upside and not a 5-wave structure. For everyone just joining as well, make sure to check out the beginning of the video, as that is where we spoke about the different Elliott Wave scenarios and also the probabilities. Holy moly. Well, the sun is coming in hot. Beautiful day. Oh, and you hit the 886 as well now, by the way. That is why I left it on the chart. So once the 886 is hit, whoa, nice. I'm still 15. So when the 886 is hit, probabilities increase for continuation to the downside. What price does like to do sometimes is moving to the golden pocket first before a bigger move to the downside. But with this impulsivity, right, we're not going to be looking for that. If it does, it's nice, but we're going to be looking for lower prices. So yeah, nice action during the stream. That's what we like to see. Oh fuck, this is brilliant. Goodness, my target was at the yearly for my long. You just missed out on the target here, but yeah, you caught the short, so you can always change plans, of course, accordingly. I hope we retrace to 35k to accumulate spots. Depends on your plan, but I mean, currently we're on route. ETF can still be delayed a third time to March. At this point, I just expect this news. I have no idea if there's any news, but probabilities this morning. So I think it might be educational for people that are new to actually watch the morning update that I made, which is the previous video. It's about 10 minutes, where probabilities on the local, like locally here, were higher to take this low. On the micro, we were then potentially looking for a bounce and a move to the upside, but that depends on the reaction. We didn't get any reaction, right? So probabilities locally played out. On the low time frame, when we were looking at this range here, we were neutral between a potential ABC or an impulse to the upside for a 5-wave structure. But locally, we were looking for lower. We got lower. And then we observed the reaction, no reaction, point of control hit, invalidating a wave 4 and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, it just stacks the probabilities for further downside, which is where we are now, though. So, man, I missed the like the volatility. This range was a pain in the ass. Oh, papa. Happy New Year, everyone. There we go. What a way to start the year. No? This is dumping so fast. I can clearly see this is another one too. I see. Be quiet, bro. Let's talk what we want to hear. What you want to hear is the beginning of the video. So you can go to the beginning. That's where the analysis is. We are now in the chatting session. So the analysis part for everyone joining is earlier in the video. Of course, if you have any questions, right, feel free to ask questions because I'm happy to go over certain elements. But for the full analysis part, that's the beginning of the video. That's how I always start in live streams, is I first want to dedicate the time to doing the analysis so that the whole analysis is in one section of the video. And then we go into talking and chatting and, you know, all that stuff. But Cleo, nice to have you here. Gabriel, 37K, then 46K. Potentially. I mean, we do have that golden target box below us as well, right? Important support. Let's see what happens here. 38.6, 39K if price moves down. We are, of course, now at the... we had a daily naked point of control here as well. No, 1 second. Yes, 41K has now been hit. So I can remove this one from my chart as well. I'll just remove the whole target box. So we are now at the lower end of the range, right? Bit of support. And below that, we have the golden target box for me. A little bit of a double bottom. See if it does anything. But then we have support here in gold. 38.6, 39K. And then we have the whole area between 37.7 and 36.4. When we look for, let's actually put the target for a potential flat on the chart. Now, it can be quite deep. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. Now, I have this weird wick, so I'm not going to take it from this high. I do a little bit lower because that was the beginning of the pattern. It's just a few dollars, really. No. Let's put this on. Okay. Make it nice, right? That's always what we look for in the videos as well. Make it look clean. Also makes it easier for people to follow the content, of course. There we go. So this is one target area. Voila. Move this down, it's annoying at the top. Put that there. So now I have my wave A here. Most commonly you have a zigzag in a B, so that fits nicely. W, X, Y in A, B, C in B, then you get a C. In that case, if this is your A, right, it's not the lowest point, but it's the end of the corrective structure. We are looking for 40.7 to 37.6, but that is then the ABC structure, right? That's the likely then first part of a bigger corrective structure, which then translates into the medium time frame here. Sorry, not 100%, where again this is the same wave C in blue, right, color coded, to then finish an A or W, and then get a range in a B or an X, and then later come back down in a C or a Y. The bullish scenario will be that this is your finished structure and you continue up. So we already know, like based on the info we have, we already know a new bullish and bearish scenario, right? Bearish scenario is basically continuing the range. Bullish scenario is ABC flat and then move back up. But at the moment, you want to wait for another range in a wave 4. As long as you don't get another range for a wave 4, it doesn't make sense to look for the low to be in, because a wave 3 can be very extended, which it already is. And a wave C tends to be very quick, high volume, tends to make people scared as well. So you see emotion coming in, right? But the move to the upside here has a much higher probability of being a 3-wave structure compared to a 5-wave move. The only way to end the potential 5 here is if you would put that would be the most bearish scenario, but not preferred, is where this is your low, this is your 4, and then a bigger 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is your 5, and then zigzag 1, 2, zigzag 3, 4, zigzag 5. But that's so awkward. It's an expanding diagonal, which is very rare. Wave 3 longer than 1, wave 4 very deep and also much longer than 2. I don't know, it doesn't work nicely for me at the moment, but that would be the most bearish scenario. But it doesn't change the local thinking, where we are still looking for 1, 2, and then eventually a 3, a 4, and a 5. So patience, waiting for a range to form. As long as no range is forming, we are just waiting. It's a bit of a waiting game now. Put the range back on here. So for everyone just joining, by the way, welcome. And make sure to go to the beginning of the video as well if you want to see the analysis of what happened here, and also the targets, right? I mean, I kind of went over the target just now. Now, if we move this wave A there and we lower the targets, let's see what we get to. That's then your A. You're going to get 38.9 to 34.6. Up. So that's also still an area to look out for. It depends on this move to the downside. We want to see 5 waves. It's kind of as simple as that now. So we wait for a range that is at least similar in time compared to the range that we had over here. Truncated wave 5. Nah. So truncated scenarios are so incredibly rare. It always has the lowest probability unless all other scenarios are invalidated. The same is true with expanding structures, expanding diagonal, expanding triangle. Expanding structures have the lowest probabilities until the other scenarios are failing. And that is when it switches to a high probability scenario. So at the moment, a truncated 5, welcome by the way, Lionheart, Happy New Year as well. But I'm not looking for a truncated 5th. I'm looking at this being a 1, 2, and then a 3 down. Because a truncated 5 is just incredibly rare as well. Niels de Meersman, I just went long on 42k. Well, that could be a nice scalping area, right? If you have a plan, that's the thing. Everyone has a different plan, different strategy. If you have a plan, a strategy that you can execute day in, day out, right? Look for the same entry requirements, look for the same idea on a different day, and this is part of your plan. It's a great idea to go long based on your plan, no? Not for me, because for me it takes a lot more time for setups to form, to the long side now at least. So just patient. But everyone has a different strategy, and that's also always what I recommend, is to create your strategy. And most people don't want to put time in creating a strategy. It takes a long time, can take months to develop a solid strat. So if it's part of your strategy, you got yourself a nice scalp here as well, right? And potentially a winner. Risk management wise, with this volatility, trade safe, no? Because high volatility, quick moves as well to the up and the downside. So watch out. But the steps, if you're new as well, and I'm talking about the strategy. So the strategy I have in my trading is very strict. It's very, very rules based, and I've developed it myself over the years. That is what Diamond is trading with. And I need 7 entry requirements. So I need 7 check boxes, basically. I need to tick them one by one. And only then do I enter a trade. And this strategy is based on statistics. And I can give you an example, by the way, of the statistics. 1 second. I will give you the statistics of my old edition of the strategy. So I'm opening Excel now. And I will show you what I was looking for in the previous. There we go. And I'll change back. Such a pro. Statistics. I have so many more Excel sheets as well, but this was the strategy so the strategy that I have now is the same. It's just tweaking. It's improving. It's tweaking. It's getting more data and improving, right? So from November to July, this is the statistics. And yeah, you can have a look yourself or take a screenshot or stop the stream, but it just shows what I'm tracking, I suppose, from sessions to days to how long it takes for trades to form with or against the trend, risk to reward ratios, setups, duration of the trade, best time for the trade. I'm not really too good in tracking this stuff, doubtful trade setups, but it's just, as you can see, it's a lot of data. And I need data to counter emotions. In the past, I was a very emotional trader, and I need data to counter emotions, which also in Discord is, I made a video about it here. This one of the first I ever made for Discord. Track statistics to counter your emotions. And it also helps to build a plan, because there's a couple of steps that I went through to build a plan, and that I help Diamond with as well. But find the tools. Use as many tools as you can, free preferably. Then build statistics on your favorite tools. Combine them together. Build more statistics on the combination of your favorite tools, right? And because you already had statistics on the individual tools, you already can create entry requirements, entry rules, checkboxes, right? Then you combine your tools, whatever that is, Fibonacci, VWAP, order flow, doesn't matter. You combine them, you build statistics on the combination, and then you're going to tweak and improve and add something, remove something, and keep recording statistics, back test, forward test, and then eventually you will see as well, like, hey, my win rate is improving, my risk to reward ratio is increasing, and that is when you start to become and have a profitable strategy long term, because that's the goal. But this takes usually months, and it doesn't matter if you trade trend lines. Trend lines can be incredibly profitable as long as you have a good plan, right, that you can repeat. Same with patterns, but you can also make it very difficult for some people, not for others, but order flow, order books, right, volume, all the detailed stuff. You don't need it to be very profitable, but you can if it's a tool that you like using, no? And then eventually, after you got like the statistics, so I also have statistics, as you just saw probably, but I have statistics on my risk to reward ratio. I know my win rate. I know so much, which helps me in my trading and to continuously develop my strategy. But also thanks to Diamond and all the members in Diamond, we now basically improve it together. We have more eyes, we have more brains than just one guy being myself, and things have already improved based on us together. So that is, how things then eventually get better. Let's answer some more questions. For the people just joining, the analysis part is earlier in the stream. We're now in the chatting session, or the chatting section, I suppose. What do you think about ISO coins? To be honest, I don't know anything about ISO 20,022 or 2022, maybe a typo, but I don't know what it is. I only trade Bitcoin myself. I might also do Ethereum and Solana this year, arguably. But for years, I've only traded Bitcoin. I don't know much about altcoins and stuff. I do have some counts and stuff on altcoins because of, especially in gold, members asking for, hey, you know, do you have something here? Can you look at this? Can you check my count? Can you give me feedback on this? And then I'll do it myself as well. But I don't know this one here. Crazy price difference between CME versus regular. CME. What was the ticker again for CME? I never looked there as well. It's not ES1, no? Oh no, wait, it's BTC1, I believe. 42,700, and where's here? 42,400, 42,700. Yeah, that's a big difference. Filled the gap. I have a high here. That's also the only TA I have on my chart. Another gap, 39,540. Well, it's the same area as my target box, really. Okay, well, interesting. That is correct, my friend. By the way, for the people also, so I don't know actually if I said this on stream the other day maybe, but I'm planning, no, I think I didn't. I think it was in Discord, but I'm not sure. Planning to also make shorts, but in a short or TikTok or whatnot, it's only going to be the scenarios like we look at this bullish, this bearish, maybe per time frame, and then probabilities. So that it's like a summary of the 10-minute video in 1 minute or less. So that if you don't have time or whatever, you can go to the shorts and you see the scenarios I keep an eye on, the probabilities that you always see at the end of my traditional videos, my updates, right? Updating 3 times a day. Probabilities are at the end of the video per time frame, per scenario. And then I give the probabilities as well in the short, plus the scenarios I'm looking at, but not in a 10-minute video, which is a lot more detailed and why, right? Answering the question of why it is and the thought behind certain scenarios. But then it's just, we have the flat, we have the wave 5, probabilities are higher for X, you know? So it's going to be shorter. So let me know your thoughts there as well. Bloomberg warrants for non-approval. Interesting times, no? Let me up my thing again here. Up. The sun is gone. No sun in the Netherlands anymore. We got the high now. We take the lows. That is correct. I mean, we also, I think, did we touch the 886 here? I think so. I think we did. Yep. So after an 886 touch, price loves to go back to the golden pocket, which it has done now. But touching the 886 does increase probabilities of eventually taking lows. Oh, let me do this. What will be the good area to long? That depends on your plan and your strategy, my friend. So there's one guy here. Who was it? He went long at 42K. This dude. I don't know who it was anymore. But that's oh here, Nillis. But that's because it's part of his plan, right? His way of trading, his plan, his strategy. He went long at 42. Hopefully sits in profits and trades, or at least manages his trade very well. In my case, I am not in any long positions, right? Because my strategy takes a lot more time for me to think about a long, right? It takes time for me to have all my checkboxes hit. So what will be a good area to long depends on your strategy. What are you looking for? At the moment, from an Elliott Wave point of view, we are looking, what the Living Monk was saying as well, is this looks like an impulse, no? I think we can agree on this, which also means that we are going to be looking for at least another range to form and then a wave 4, right? So you then have your wave 2, 1, 2, 3, and then eventually you want to see a range that is the same amount of time as this one or longer, preferably, because generally wave 4 is longer than 2, rule of alternation. You wait for a range, and then based on the range we get, we can reassess the probabilities, right? So we just have to be patient here. From an Elliott Wave point of view, at the moment the expectation would be that, you know, lower prices are expected, but we are going to remain patient. And also here, we don't randomly short or long, right? YOLO, FOMO, catching knives. I've been through all of these emotions in my beginning career as a trader. So especially for people joining now, if you feel emotional for whatever reason, right? Maybe you were in a long and you got stopped big, or you missed a short, or you feel like you missed out on big profits. There's, you know, stick to your plan. No FOMO, YOLO, or catching knives is something I repeat often, because there will always be a next setup. There will always be a next opportunity to go long or short and catch a move like this, right? There's no reason to jump in late and then get stopped and then revenge trade. And then from revenge trading on the 1 hour time frame, you are zooming into the 15 and then the 5 and then the 1 minute. Position sizes increase. Maybe some of you recognize this. I used to do that as well. And I worked a lot on my trading psychology. Makes me think, I hope Jared Tendler one day is going to enter the stream and be like, yo, Koen, thanks for all of that. But this guy, look, I don't even have an Amazon affiliate link for this, right? But if I can advise you one book to read about trading psychology, it is not Trading in the Zone. It's this dude, The Mental Game of Trading, Jared Tendler. I don't know who he is. I mean, I know who he is from reading. I don't know him in person. I don't have an affiliate link. This is a book that I used as a workbook. You can see the little, like, you know, things. I'm doing the exercises still because I got my strategy. Yeah, I'm recording some statistics, but I'm mainly involved in always improving my psychology. And this book it's great. It's a great book. So I can definitely recommend this one. And it has helped me a lot in my trading as well. I think Trading in the Zone is like, it has a certain, how can I say it? It has a certain name to it, because this book is a lot newer as well compared to Trading in the Zone from, of course, Mark Douglas, right? Legend. But I can't compare that book with this one. For me, this is so much better. This gives action points. It gives things to work on. It's not just reading about what you should do. No, you're actually actively improving what you should do based on a system that is developed by this guy, and you just follow it and you work on it day in, day out. And that is when, you know, the improvement happens. For me, that's been a massive change. Trade in the Zone, I think, like Trading in the Zone, it was the first half was fun and the second half was, I mean, it didn't add anything to me. It also didn't really help me to read it. I need to actively work on it. Liquidation hunt. I mean, yeah, undoubtedly many people are liquidated. We can see that probably on AGGR as well, where we see the CVD moving down quickly. So very steep to the downside on both lines as well. So that's also what we expect, right? By the way, if you don't know what we're looking at here, this is the CVD, Cumulative Volume Delta, on AGGR, which is the website, which if you go to Discord and you go to Good to Know, then it's this website with, here's my template in case you want to use it. And here's the one pager, which explains what it is. And I made a YouTube video about it, which you see on the home screen of my YouTube channel, which is the one I always talk about, because for me, CVD is such a, I mean, for me, it's the best indicator out there. But that is a personal opinion, as I know, and also friends of mine trade different things, stochastic, MACD. Missed my long entry by $50. It happens, right? It happens. But you had a plan, and you stuck to your plan. Even if you missed it, oh, you missed it. There will be another one. No? Why is it crashing? I'm not a news trader, so I don't know any news related things. I do have the news website on, but we have news at 8 p.m. here, Central European time. So you might want to check it for your time zone. And then on Friday, we have more news coming here. The red flags are the ones I look for because they tend to create volatility. But of course, it's not yet 8 p.m. Central European time. So, look, the reason it's moving down is there's selling going on. There's taking profit going on. Market is looking for liquidity, right? Buy and sell. There doesn't always have to be a why, but what we trade are probabilities, right? We're never going to be 100% correct and hopefully not 100% wrong if we have a plan based on statistics. Locally, this morning, in a morning update, the probabilities, remember, for the ones that watched the update, locally, the probabilities were higher to move down. And then after that happens, we observe the reaction. There was no reaction, so we move down. Point of control hits, 618 hits for a potential wave 4, lowers the probabilities for an impulse, increases probabilities even more for downside. And this is how also the waves develop, right? So we were looking for downside when price was here. We got the downside, but then that's also why I went live. Then we observe what price does. And as price was falling here, we were live where we mentioned if there's no proof of support, which means at least a bit of a range, bit of a bounce, whatever that is for you as well, we look for lower. If price hits the point of control, we look for lower, right? Because the probabilities are higher to then move to the downside of the range, where the next support is this box, which is where we are now. So it's step by step, level by level, and we remain calm, right? Remain calm, remain patient. CME just hit the gap. Yeah. The gap has been filled there. What's happening? Welcome, by the way, who are wrong. But yeah, I mean, we're moving down, but it doesn't have to be news related, of course. Just like the move from 15.4K to the upside eventually, it's not necessarily news. It's in the end buying and selling, right? So yeah, either big players taking profit or we have people entering shorts and the longs got absorbed. We had bearish CVD divergences here as well, right? Which means there was absorption of market long positions with limit short positions, which also added to the probabilities of seeing a move to the downside. And then we got the move. So yeah, I don't really have necessarily a reason, but the probabilities played out and that's nice. No? What's up, Kane? How you doing? Short for the win. Exactly. Adrian, wiped out of all the altcoins. Oof. Yeah. For the ones that were long or, you know, in the altcoins as well. I don't know. The altcoins probably fall deep as well, percentage-wise. I see here Solana 8%, Ethereum 6%. The Living Monk, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Let's go lower. Good to have you here, by the way. I never see you. This is the first time, I think, and the fact you have a check mark here makes me curious to see what that is, because you're actually one of the first I've ever seen with a check mark. So let me have a quick look. What does that mean? You are partnered as well? Ah, I see. 131K subscribers. That's very nice. Congrats. Interesting topics as well. Talking about an interesting live stream moment here. I mean, for the people that are now here and are struggling with this, I suppose we can recommend the Living Monk. Welcome, by the way. Good to have you here. So we have a big red dildo, as they sometimes like to say. So maybe that fits your theme as well. Good to have you here, Living Monk. What's up? How you doing? Blaster 33, can't this be an expanding diagonal from your A to B, finishing the 5? Only if you put A here. A, B, C, D, E. However, it's not yet a high probability. We need more information. So what you're talking about, right, is you have your wave 4. So on the higher time frame, right, you have your 1, 2 at the lows, and then you have your 3 ending here. This is your 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, expanding diagonal, right? That is the question. Now, an expanding diagonal is very rare. The higher the time frame, the more rare they become. Also, if this is your wave 5, it's a lot longer in time than your wave 1. if wave 3 is very extended, wave 1 and 5 tend to be quite similar in price and time between the 0.618 fib time and the 1.618 fib time, which is overruled here. It's a much longer wave 5 in time. And also, again, expanding, right? So at the moment, probabilities are higher for a flat structure. But of course, depending on new information, that might change at a later stage. But at the moment, we don't yet have it. And because expanding structures always have the lowest probabilities, unless all the other scenarios are invalidated or become low probability, at the moment, this does not carry the highest probabilities from an Elliott Wave point of view. So that is why an ABC makes more sense at the moment when we talk about a flat structure. Something I do keep in mind, but at the moment it's just in mind, is something that we've seen here as well. This was a flat, by the way. I have this weird wick, but on many other charts you didn't. So A, B, and then a C down. One can always have a big move down and then move back up and later come down again. But at the moment, as it stands, we're looking for an 1, 2, 3. Also, this move down is very extended. Usually wave 3 behavior, no? 2.618 is where we are right now. Maybe it hit the 3 here. Yeah, 3.618 has been hit as well. That's very long for a wave C, so it increases probabilities of a 3, but in general, remaining very, very patient to wait for a range, right? As price is dumping, not interested, I just wait for another range, and based on the new range, I reassess probabilities for continuation down or a bit of a bounce. But you know, we need more time here. So the probabilities locally played out, looking for a move down, that's fine, played out, we lost the support, hit the point of control, probabilities increasing for a move down, all of that is now done. We're at the low end of the range, right, acting as support now, fine as well. We need to wait for a range. If you move A to the left pivot, the 1.618 lines up nicely with the point of control. Stuba, can you put a picture in Discord? If you move A to the left pivot, that must be this one. The 1.618 lines up nicely with the point of control, but this is the point of control. Send me, let me know if you put this in Discord. Range continuation at the moment, yes, but the expectation is that we will eventually take the lows that we have of the range. But for now, we are back in the range. We found support at the lower end of the range, and we just remain patient for a new range to form locally. Bitcoin is going into the ground brother. Rituals are taking place all the way until the 6th. Yeah, I mean, some downside is expected now, no, and we'll see how far it goes. So just remaining patient. No worries. Pleasure, Lionheart. Mark Harris, you will be catching a falling knife. This is like no other crash. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not in a long here. So yeah, just remaining patient. And that's so. In the past, I did catch a lot of knives in the beginning, and oh boy, I have I lost money trying to catch the high or the low of a move. So eventually, what I did is I needed to get out of the mindset of trying to catch the high of the move, to get out of the mindset of trying to maximize the move from the absolute low to the high as well. I don't have to catch the whole move. As long as I catch a portion of it, that's fine, but it's a mindset change. So eventually I decided, back in the day, right, I was like, shit, I'm losing so much with this. I need to create a strategy that avoids me to catch falling knives. And then it's about discipline. But I know I have the discipline. And also, again, working on mindset helps, no, with the book as well. But then it's about discipline. And now I have a strategy where it takes hours. So imagine this is a low here. Imagine. And we get a range and whatnot. Only after hours of this low being formed will a potential long setup for me come up. I completely got rid of the catching knives like problem that I had in the past. And I think every eventual profitable trader, of course, had its struggles at the beginning. We've all been there. But the most important thing is staying in the market, right? You don't want to lose your portfolio or lose most of your whatever in a matter of days, right? This industry is not a get rich quick scheme, right? Don't look at the moon boys and all that stuff. It's consistently disciplined trading with hopefully a strategy based on statistics. And that is how you grow your portfolio in a nice curvature, right? And sometimes you have a dip, but the general line should be towards the upside. That is the goal. That is what we're looking for. I'm not looking to get a 100x 5,000% position picture for my Twitter. You know what I mean? I'm here to consistently get my strategy, get my target, which for me is a 1, 2, 3 RR. That's always my target based on my strategy, because it works the best. For my strategy, the most profit over time is a 1 to 3 risk to reward ratio based on the win rate and all the other statistics I have shown earlier. So, yeah. Marcus, TP reached a few days ago. Nice job. Congrats, Marcus. Love to hear it. Nice green badge again. But Marcus, by the way, the first ever member on this channel. What a legend. Nice that you got a TP in, mate. And always good to see a drop after your TP. ETF declined. I wouldn't know, to be honest, because I don't check the news. Why is the market done? I actually have no idea. It's just people are selling. Bearish CVD, there was absorption of market shorts, market longs, sorry, at the high with bearish CVD divergences, no, at the high as well. So, oh man, okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna get through your comments very quick here because holy moly, I'm behind. What happened? Price moving down. What's up? By the way, everyone, welcome. If you don't know who I am because you're new, before I go through the chat very quickly to answer your questions and stuff, my name is Koen, 31, full-time trader as well as a global keynote speaker, which I do on a global scale, I suppose. My background is the gaming and esports industry for 18. It's now 2024. 18 years. Used to be a pro gamer. Eventually became a host on television in the Netherlands. Got into speaking. I have my own business outside trading as well, but I'm also a trader, so it's nice to have you here. And I love Elliott Waves, in case you haven't noticed on the channel. That's my niche, my specialty, I suppose, where Elliott Waves for me create directional bias, and I have a separate self-developed plan and strategy, which you heard me talk about probably, which gives me the entries. So okay, that being said, nice to meet you. Handshake. Okay. Where's the wave 5 going to be? Depends on where wave 3 enters, which we don't know yet because we need to wait for a wave 4 to form. So thanks for clicking. So we remain patient. We only know where wave 5 is going to be once your wave 4 is forming. So because your wave 5 targets are based on the end of 3 and the end of 4. So we need to be patient there. It's just a Wyckoff looking for liquidity. Yes, Wyckoff is a great system as well for the people using it. Harmonics, Wyckoff, Elliott Waves, they're all in like a certain relationship with one another. It was up to 2,000 difference now, similar. Okay, so it got reset again with CME. Sarthak Agarwal, what's up? How you doing? Welcome back. Nice to have you here. I'm doing really good. Thank you. Doing very, very good. Good beginning, good start of the year. How are you doing, my friend? Lautaro Vicente, take long position without too much leverage so as not to get liquidated. That's an idea. I suppose, and that depends on the strategy. I know for some people their liquidation is their stop loss. So I'm a day trader, not a swing trader. Swings usually have bigger stop losses. I have stop losses based on probabilities as well, right? So I collected a lot of data. And based on the data and the plan, I know where to put my stop loss, because not with too much leverage in order to not get liquidated, can also mean you're going to be in a losing position for a very long time before then eventually going up. But that is strategy dependent. If you hope not to be liquidated, then yeah, that's definitely an idea, of course. In general, by the way, leverage is quite often a bit misunderstood in a way that So my plan is I trade the 15-minute time frame. It's actually quite simple. One pair, right? One time frame, one strategy, 1% risk. I always risk 1%, not more. It might be because of my portfolio size as well, but 1% is enough, right? And I can recommend everyone to trade sensibly, 1, 2, 0.5%, 3, but you know. And my leverage is only based on if my stop loss is lower than 1%. Because in order for me to risk 1% of my portfolio, if my stop loss is 0.5% away from entry, I need to use 2x leverage to get to my 1% risk. So that is how I use leverage. I don't use leverage in any other way than just making sure I can enter my position size for my 1% risk. 37.38k is the best long towards 46.42. 37.38, I do have some support there. Right? So yeah, 38, we have the golden box here, 38.6, 39k, and then 37.7 to 36.3 area of interest. But we're holding up here for a little bit, right? A little bit of, I suppose, on the lower time frame, small little range forming, but it's still very early, right? Still very early days here. So remaining patient. 12, 13k, the macro bearish scenario. I would then, so in the macro bearish scenario, this is in my, every Sunday 7 p.m. Central European time, I upload a cycle macro high time frame video, monthly, weekly, daily chart. The macro bearish scenario for me would be 11 to 8k. The bullish scenario is, of course, having a drop, but eventually further continuation. Yeah. Hold down. What's up, Weeson? How you doing? Weeson Vijaya. What is with Binance? I can't log in. Sorry, I don't use Binance. I use BingX, which is my platform for a long period of time already. And I mean, if you don't know BingX yet, you can check it out online, I suppose. If you want to support the channel, then feel free to check the link in the description. We get a new campaign running soon for the new year as well. But yeah, that's the platform that I use. And of course, like most people, I suppose, there's an affiliate link in case you want to support the channel as well. And if you don't want to support it, but you check it out, then just look for BingX online. The Binance strategy. Mate, I remember in the beginning on Binance, so when I started all the way back, oh boy, I remember when I was trading as an absolute noob, when there was a big move, I could not enter or exit positions. Fuck, did that piss me off. I don't have that problem anymore. Maybe also because all the systems got better, but I'm not trading Binance anymore, which is probably another reason I'm doing better. What's the news? I don't know. I don't trade news. I'm purely technical myself. 363 live viewers. Yeah, it's a new record as well. 474. Welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here. And if you have questions, please ask me. 100k liquidated. Hopefully not your 100k and just liquidations in the candle. Can imagine in the candle itself, it's probably more, but hopefully that's not your own money. And if it is, sorry for that. That's a big amount. With these types, so it also it's in perspective depends. 100k, if you only have 100k is a lot, but if you have 100 million, losing 100k is peanuts. But nonetheless, you can do many things for 100k. So the only thing we can do with bigger losses is trying to have lessons coming out of the loss, right? Then once you have a losing trade, you don't have to necessarily change your whole strategy and your whole plan. But it is good to reflect at least and think, okay, what went wrong? How might I improve in the future? What could I change? And if that happens more often, then you can change the plan and the strategy as well. Quite a decent bounce here to the upside at the moment, no? As mentioned, I spoke about the potential for ABCs. We're not there yet. Let's see if we take a fib from the high to the low. And we would look for a wave 4. Yeah, your 05 to the 786 or the 05. That's your usual max target. Voila. So if we would be looking for a 1, 2, and then a wave 3 to the downside, right, and then eventually a 4, then we don't want the 0.618 to be hit, because the 0.618 is an invalidation for a wave 4, which would invalidate this as an impulse to the downside. Increasing probabilities, this then becomes a 3-wave structure in an ABC, which then of course leads to a change in Elliott wave counts as well. Where if this becomes a 3-wave structure, then we won't be looking for a wave C to the downside anymore in a bigger flat. We are now talking hypothetically, right? Because we haven't yet hit it. But this is just I suppose my way of thinking. The moment you get new price action, you start thinking about the different scenarios, right? If price moves up and hits the 0.618, we're not thinking about a potential wave 4 here because it lowers in probabilities, right? For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But in a wave C, for a bigger flat, you want A, B, C, and C has to be a 5-wave structure, not a 3-wave structure. So that would increase probabilities that a potential temporary high is in, or a potential wave 5, and you go and have an A, B, C down, which then could create a W, and then an X, and then a Y for deeper retracements to the downside, where still expecting the lows to be taken at a given moment. So as well as the golden target box below. But if price retraces up too high, we're going to be thinking about some other scenarios. Where the bullish one, let's have a look here. Is this or not? No, you hit the 886, so never mind. We just keep this on the chart for now. Are we going down further to 38? Well, theoretically, of course, no one knows what's going to happen as we just wait for new candles to print. But if we are looking for a wave C to the downside, it did hit the target area for a wave C, which you can see over here, 40.7, 37.6. However, a wave C has to be a 5-wave structure. Currently, it's a 3. So you're going to be looking for another 4 and then a 5, preferably, if we're looking for a wave C to the downside. If price retraces too high, back to the upper side of the range, right? Just range trading basically. Up, down, up, deviation over here, down, up. If that happens, right, then the scenarios will change. We're not going to be looking for a C to the downside anymore. Because we didn't get a wave 4 basically, and the highest amount of volume is in the low. So therefore, what we want to see is another range in 4, 5 on lower volume, end of C. However, a wave 3 can extend very far, so it's a bit of a waiting game. You know? And if price moves up to the 618 and hits the point of control, we're not going to be looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because the 0.618 is low probabilities for a 4. So then the probabilities increase. This is a 3-wave structure, which then changes the scenarios again. All right. Where then we can be looking for a WXY, double zigzag. Let's have a look here. For a flat ABC, you want a 5-wave structure. The moment you get a 3-waver here, WX, Y, but for a Y, if this is a WX, then we have a flat X, and then a Y has to be a zigzag, but that means a 535, so you also want 5 waves. So if you get 3 waves to the downside here, then your bearish scenario is this is the high of a potential 5, and you are going to correct to lower prices still expectedly, and then a 3-wave structure here. Your bullish scenario, yeah, 1, 2, 3, but your wave 2 hit the 886, and just because of that, probabilities are higher to look for price to go to the downside at a later stage, or now, doesn't matter. but you hit the 886 here. So any move to the upside now from this pivot, if this would be a pattern one looks for, the 886 is a common target for B or X, rare for 2, which means that if this would be a 1-2 continuation, this is rare, which lowers the probabilities. This is the low of a 2 and you look for a 3 up, increasing probabilities. Any move up is a C or Y, which increases probabilities. You come back down later. Keep that on the chart. But so generally probabilities would be higher to see lower prices, basically. George Escobar, hey, how you doing, man? It's been a while since you were here. Got massively liquidated. Sorry for that. Man, it's such a pain to read people being liquidated. I mean, during these type of moves that are very quick, right? Not much time to react, especially if you were out and about, maybe enjoying the sun. Not in the Netherlands because it's shit weather. At least it's dry. But yeah, this is of course a pain. Sorry, pain in the ass. Make sure to trade safe, right? Stop loss, like it's there for a reason. I mean, if it fits your plan, but and try to learn from what happened and the mistake. The liquidation itself is painful, so depending on the size, you might need to take some time off, but then reflect on what happened. From now on, it's going up. Maybe, maybe not. We need more information. Wait for a range to form. And also, it's quite a big wick. Big wicks do tend to get filled. Fat tweet: BTC ETF not getting approved in January. Yeah, I heard about this in like some people have been calling it indeed. Welcome, by the way, Ave Medina and Lautaro Vicente. So liquidation wick to stop long positions, possibly as well. Yeah. So we cannot speak in certainties. We can only speak in probabilities. So also here, what we are looking for from an Elliott Wave point of view is a range. No. We're going to be looking for a range, and then based on the range, we reassess the probabilities. Escape the matrix. It was just a liquidity grab, pump to 50x, then dump 36.32, then 80k. Maybe. All probabilities. We need to wait for a range to form, or at least get some more price action to reassess the probabilities. So we cannot speak in certainties. The candle will not remain too much not covered, so I think we'll still be a down. CVD is very good. It shows bearish. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There were bearish CVD divergences very nicely at the high before the drop here on yellow. Right here, lower high on price, and then over here in yellow, higher high on the CVD. Very, very nice. Oh my, for the first time ever, we passed the 500 concurrent views. Welcome everyone. For the analysis part, make sure to go to the beginning of the stream. We're now in the chatting session. So if you have questions, feel free to ask me any question you would like an answer to, or just add to the community chat over here. Yeah, welcome to the channel. Appreciate you popping in. Now is the moment to stay long. Depends on your strategy, my friend, right? Depends on your strategy. If you have a clear plan and a clear strategy, a long is according to your plan, responsible trading, and good risk management. If you have a plan like myself, where you need more patience, a lot more information, a range to form before my entry requirements are hit, right? My checkboxes, I'm not long. Because but that's my strategy. Some people that maybe trade order flow as well, they might see the liquidations happening here, may have caught a low entry over here, right? They're in profits, might be a scalp, potentially moving towards a day trade or a swing, depending on what happens next. But it's all based on the plan or the strategy. Will it hit 38k? There is potential for 38k, yes. But what we're first looking for is a range to form. If price just continues down, then that's fine. If it moves to the upside, 618 is an interesting area, which is sitting at 43,643 to keep an eye on, at least taken from this high here to the current low that we have, because it's important from an Elliott Wave point of view, the 618 here. And like always, if you get a big move, wait for a range. From an Elliott Wave point of view, it's now patience. We wait for a range, we wait for new candles to form, and then based on the new range, we will assess the probabilities. No, I suppose it's also difficult to know, like probabilities were higher, right, in the morning update to take this low. But then it's about observing the reaction, and there was no reaction for support. We just kept dumping. So you never know how fast the move will go, right? You never know what kind of move you catch. But then depending on the info that gets printed on the chart, you can assess the probabilities and stay short in this case, or switch, or what's not. We can go to 50, 51K now before another pullback. 1 second. Potentially, we need to wait for more information. What is next? Patience. We need a range. From an Elliott Wave point of view, we expected to move down, and now we are looking to see what forms here. Bearish scenario is we're looking for a C down, right? 1, 2, 3. We look for a 4 and eventually a wave 5 for further prices to the downside, where your target area is between 40 and 37. If, however, if your A is here, that is. If your A moves to the left pivot, depends a little bit on where we put it, really. But your targets are going to be a bit lower to like 34K, being the max low there. So, and in a more bullish scenario, you're going to be looking for this to be a 3-wave structure, which means that preferably you look for a bounce to the 0.618, which then increases probabilities. This is an ABC instead of an impulse. And when this becomes an ABC to the downside, it increases probabilities for either a bigger corrective structure, W, X, Y, or we look for an A, B, and then a C, right? Or you look for a move, continuation to the upside, but you first expect a range to form. And from an Elliott Wave point of view, that is what we're doing now. We're remaining patient here, and we just wait for a range to form, because that will give us the best probabilities. So, of course, probably many people here did not watch the morning video because they maybe didn't see the channel yet, weren't subscribed, or whatever, for whatever reason. But we got the move to the downside that we were looking for here. Local probabilities was down, and then we just observed the reaction. But there was no reaction. We just kept dumping. So, yeah. Low time frames, like low time frame probability was neutral, right? We were waiting for what happens locally, which we got now. So I guess Elliott Waves is a lot about patience as well, generally. It's going back up, relax. I would suggest to not read or listen to comments that speak in certainty, because there is no certainty in trading. It's not going back up, it's not going down. We assess the chart, trade based on probabilities, right? We have no certainties. I also went long on Solana, $80 already, up to 97. This guy, he's catching the lows. And your strategy, at least for today, man, it works. Congrats on that. A nice couple of dollars profit as well. You might want to take yourself for a little bit of an ice cream, whatever. Bit of sun in the Netherlands. It's winter here, so not really nice for ice creams. But some also have made more than 100% recovery. What we like to hear for the ones trading the alts as well are back to where it started before the dump. The down movement already happened. Yes, it happened. That was the probabilities at the high. So now we just wait for the range. I will write in Dutch. Gewoon winst nemen, er is geen nieuws. What he says, by the way, over van alles en nog wat. Welkom. Goed dat je er bent. I'm Dutch as well, by the way. My voice. For the past week, it's been a bit itchy. He says, translated, just take profit, there is no news. So I don't know if there's news or not, but being sensible with taking profit is always good advice, right? Have good risk management in your trades as well. What is the reason for the dump? We don't know. Price action, at the same time, it's always quite interesting. What's the reason for the pump, right? We can ask that question, of course, many times. What's the reason for the pump? What's the reason for the dump, right? Over here as well. What's the reason for the pump? Usually when price goes down, people tend to ask more of these questions compared to when price moves up. It's always interesting observation, but generally it's a good question. But my answer is always related to people are selling or stopped out. What makes price move down? It's of course market sell orders, which is either, and that is what we saw at the beginning, market longs are being absorbed by bigger limit shorts, exhausted, moves to the downside, limit shorts filled the bags, no more longs, or the longs are not powerful enough anymore. Market shorts come in, move starts. Market shorts and market longs is what moves the market. If everyone would be in limit orders, the market would be a horizontal sideways structure. It would not move. So you need market shorts, but then the moment price moves down, what's gonna happen as well is you're gonna trigger stop losses from longs in this case. And a long stop loss is a short market, right? At the same time. So it fuels the move to the downside, which can then lead to an acceleration of the move to the downside as well. And now we stopped and we got a big wick here, high volume at in the downside, and we just wait for a range as well. So scared. Rai, welcome by the way. I'm longing a few altcoins, Sol at 30, Bitcoin at 26. That's a nice entry. That's a very nice entry. Like what's happening? Patience. For people that do feel emotional, it's good you're here. First of all, I'm a very patient guy. You won't hear me screaming, recording from my phone while being on a beach somewhere in Dubai, screaming to the viewers, and if this happens, and now it, and all the certainties. I suppose being a full-time trader or profitable long-term consistent trader can sometimes be boring in a way, because there's patience is necessary. I don't have my face on a thumbnail where we do that kind of stuff. Bitcoin going to 0, Bitcoin going to 500. Do you remember when price, in 2021 we moved to the upside and price was at like 40k before the dump back to 30, and you had them talking about in CNBC and whatnot 200k targets. I was like, oh. And then we were at like 60k and people were talking about hundreds of Ks per Bitcoin, and oh my, and here we are. We are at least at 42. We recovered a small bit, but remain patient. Patience, emotions in check. Have a plan as well. That's something I think being scared might have to do. This is a guess, so it's an assumption, right? I don't know, but it might have to do as well because you don't have a plan. Meaning you have a great entry, by the way, congrats. But where's your exit? Where are your take profits, right? What's your plan? You don't have to write your plan in the chat. Of course, it's personal. But if you have a plan, it will give a certain amount of peace as you follow your plan, and based on new information. You also need an exit plan, by the way, if you do swing trading. So the moment at least that's recommended, I suppose, where you have your targets, but the moment you see stuff on the chart, preferably based on data, again, right, back testing, forward testing, the moment you see stuff that really goes against your position, that is when you just get out and wait for new info. But that might be on a daily time frame, might be on a weekly, 4-hour, might be on higher time frames as well. But data helps. ARP USDT chart looks crazy. Yeah, I mean, ARP back to where it started. Okay, let's have a look, guys. ARP USDT. Let's have a look here. Crypto is a beautiful space, eh? Holy shit. Anyone that caught this? 21% down. And then it went back up. Candle closed here. 31. Did anyone catch this? If so, like, congrats on your catching the knives. not really responsible trading, I gotta be honest, but if you managed, I mean, a little congratulation would be on point. Holy shit, what a move. That is crazy. Jeez. Nice one. So let's have a look at CVD as we got a bit more information. We have here locally higher low in price, bit lower low on the CVDs. Right, the target for the divergence, so that's a bullish CVD, by the way, for people that don't have CVD or use it. Higher low in price, lower low on the CVD. Target is this high here. It's a bullish CVD divergence. Your invalidation is price taking the low. At the low over here, we had higher lows on price, lower lows on yellow as well as blue. Bit of bullish CVD here as well, but this one already played out. Right, now we are here. So you can see it more accurately like this, I suppose, here. Higher low in price, lower low on the CVDs. Increasing the probabilities to then take the local high here. AJGR website is down. Oh, it works for me. Why is it falling? I probably already answered your question, as I got many questions. So if you really have that question, then ask me again. But it's just price. I doubled my positions on all these shorts. Trade safe, my friend, and stick to your plan. New to trading, I'm starting to tweak. How are you doing, Matthias? First things first, if you're new to trading, right, relax. Another recommendation, no financial advice, is to, if you already have a platform of your choice, right? I trade BingX, other people Binance, Bybit, whatever they use. Only put a small little bit of money on. I would not recommend demo trading, but a small bit of money, whatever that is for you, depends on where you live as well. So $100, $50, I don't know, $5, who cares? But first try to learn the art of actually trading. We're not here to get rich quick. We are here to develop a plan and a strategy to make us rich in a period of time, right? Longer term. As our portfolio grows based on consistency, consistently smaller wins, for me that's 3% per win, 1 to 3 RR. Consistently growing the portfolio will get you much further than trying to make 100x with a 100 leverage and all that stuff that is sometimes sold online, right? So be very patient, and I recommend to first try and use the tools. So maybe at the beginning, don't even trade yet. First, use the tools in TradingView as well. Try to figure out how they work, what they are. If you have questions, you can ask me, or you can look online on YouTube and all that stuff, right? So try to use the tools TradingView offers. You can always have a look at Atos and ExoCharts and Trading Light, but those are quite advanced programs, no? Test them, use them, find your favorite tools, then build statistics. Get your Excel sheet out, build statistics on the individual tools, combine your favorite tools, build more statistics, because now you're working on the strategy as you're combining the tools, and then take it from there. And of course, while you are collecting data and stuff, you can trade, but only small positions. Don't fall in the trap of making 200x gains in like 5 minutes. And so patience. Looks like the CVD might be invalidated here. It's so small as well, no? Higher low, lower low. So with CVD, my favorite time frame is the 15-minute time frame. It's also the time frame, the only time frame I use for trading. And on the 15-minute, nothing happened, right? We have a bit of a move up, but it's completely irrelevant. So we are going to remain patient. BTC getting bounced from 44.5, retraced to the AC. When could this bounce be invalidated? Bounce from 40.5, yes. Bitcoin getting bounce from 40.5k retrace to the 886 all the way up here. You mean when could this bounce be invalidation for just a technical bounce? Oh, I'm not sure if I understand your question, GSLG. So we did touch the 886 here, yes, which is taken from the low here to the high. We got the 886 touch. But the next step, of course, is to then observe the reaction. And the probabilities become higher. It's a 3-wave move if we hit the 618, right? Very, very extended C. But what we want to do is just wait for a range. There's no need to, of course, YOLO, FOMO, catch knives. Waiting patiently for a range. So I guess that's the 886 you mean. When can it be considered a real bounce? Well, if we are looking for bullish continuation to the upside, right? Something that I suppose would like to see is, first of all, of course, we expect a range, right? You expect a bit of a move up, a move down, preferably some bullish CVD, stochastic, RSI, candlestick patterns, whatever you like to use, volume. No bearish CVDs, at least. And then look for support and continuation, right? With it, even if you look for a 1 up, we were then looking for another 2 and then continuation. V-shaped recoveries are very rare, everyone. Very, very, very rare that you get this and then boom. If you get a V-shaped recovery, what usually happens is you're going to get a range like this. So it's still ranging. And then as price is ranging upwards, in that case, what then happens is preferably, in my case again, I like to see bullish CVD divergences building as well to show me that there is, support with each higher low. But at the moment, it's way too early, right? It's way, way, way too early. On a 30-minute, 15-minute chart, nothing happened really. So we remain patient here. After 3 months, Adrian. After 3 months wins from 50 to 1800, I lost 1000 in 3 minutes. Still 700 plus 9 is from this channel. Thank you for, I suppose, the compliment here, and also congrats on, I have no idea how you done that, but congrats on that insane 50 to 1800 portfolio size gain. By learning from this channel as well, sticking to your plan. So that's very nice. Of course, the loss is a pain in the ass here. Risk management, like now of course the question is identifying the reason for the loss. Based on your size, 50 to 1800 in 3 months, you trade very, very high risk. So you had a lot of wins, but because you trade probably with very high risk, the moment you do get a loss, which is also high volume, where your stop loss might not immediately get triggered, right? You get some slippage, you might lose more than expected. So it's more of a risk management type of lesson, I suppose, here, but still nice in profit, but trade safe, of course. What do you mean by a range? Horizontal price action. It's very rare for price to just do this, right? What we're looking for is some horizontal price action. Yeah, price is moving up now, and then maybe it goes down. Like, we don't know what happens, right? But what we are looking for is a range, meaning sideways price action. And then based on the sideways price action, we can reassess the probabilities. And as just mentioned, sideways can also be a bit of a range to the upside like this now. And then we assess the probabilities of this move to the upside. But at the moment, it's too early to call. Sorry. Jeez. Oh man, I really have to up my game. Holy shit, I'm so slow. Okay, now I really have to. Okay, let's go. Let me go through the questions. If I don't mention your name, sorry for this. The charts tell you the news. Holy shit, I'm so far behind. This is when you have more viewers, it becomes more difficult. I've never had this amount of viewers, everyone. It's the first time. I'm not panicking, but usually I go through the chat, answer all the questions nicely. You know what I mean? Starts to become a bit more difficult because of you. So not that I mind, of course. Thanks for being here. Sol and ETH in your watch list? Yes, because I consider trading these as well. Yeah, wait for a range. It dumped, now it will pump. No one knows what will happen next. Stock market also looking down. If that corrects 25-30%, and Bitcoin will be rigged hard. I actually wrote about the stock market yesterday in Telegram. A guy asked me. He asked about the S&P 500, which just took the high. Happy birthday, Bitcoin event. Exactly. Happy New Year to Bitcoin. Bishop, how you doing, man? Welcome. Good to see you here. Want to see 35K? We'll see if price can get there, right? SEC was January. I am. Yeah, so more people have written about the news. Down cause clean the leverage. Yeah, leverage traders, right? Like many people. Of course, price moves up all the time since 24/7. K, by the way. Not time, but 24.7K. So, Emir Karaman, I am new. You seem smart at this. Thank you. I appreciate that. And welcome to the channel as well. Good to have you here. Good to host you. Thank you also, everyone, for spending your time here on this Wednesday, watching this YouTube guy, being me. Ali Reza Akbari, how can you be a trader and not checking the news? Because I'm 100% technical. The charts give me all the information I need for my plan and my strategy. So I have about 8 to 20 setups on average a month based on my strategy. And what I showed earlier, and I'll show it as well for everyone joining, is some of the strategies of my, or some of the probabilities, not probabilities, what am I doing? Some of the statistics of my previous strategy. So I have my strategy and I'm improving and tweaking all the time. Which is what we do in Diamond as well, right? With the memberships. And this was November to July, where you can see I track many statistics. So I don't need news. What I need is data. And the data give me the information I need. I love this quote as well, by the way. If you want something you have never had, you must be willing to do something you have never done. I love that quote. Another one I like is the magic. I have it behind the laptop. The magic you're looking for is in the work you're avoiding. It's so nice. The magic you're looking for is in the work you're avoiding. Nice, no? The charts tell you the news, kind of. What happened in the market? Well, price moved down, selling, bearish CVD divergences at the top. Elliott Wave probabilities were higher to take this low, as shown in the morning update, and it did, but that's all probabilities. The reason behind, I don't know, people selling, well, selling pressure. Just rumors is typical will games. What's up, Christian, by the way? I got you in gold now. So you should be able to see everything in Discord. Binance Casino. Yeah. Trading itself can be a casino if you not have a consistent plan and strategy based on statistics. Bibli Otake, that must be a Dutch guy. The whole market dropped because of a rumor that ETF will be rejected. Possibly, yeah. Many people writing about the ETF, the potential rejection, which can definitely be an accelerator of the move to the downside. The probabilities were on the same side, so that was nice. No, that's nice. And then the news itself can extend the move a bit further. But yeah, we had the potential flat scenario in the ABC. Local probabilities were higher this morning to take the low. This now happened. Now we wait. We wait. We don't short the low. We don't catch knives and all that stuff. I mean, that depends on your strategy. I'm talking for myself here. I wait. Patience. Former FUD, that's the game. Joe Free, that will mean the mark goes to zero because this was a 10%. Yeah, I mean, look, this move is still very small in the context of what is possible. It's just a move to the downside, and we just wait, range, wait for the plan to come back to life, and the moment my entry requirement boxes are ticked, entry. Dag Koen, de reden waarom we nu zijn SEC will reject... ja, yes. So, the news indeed. By the way, hi Nybrix. There's many Dutch people here as well, I think. Aan alle Nederlanders, welkom. Goed dat je er bent. Good to have you here. Or, you know, for the English people, of course, welcome. Guten Tag. Bonjour. Going back up. Yeah, we have a bit of a move here. The important level is the 0.618 at 43,650 here, as that would invalidate a wave 4. What are your thoughts on spot trading? I mean, yeah, spot trading. It depends probably on your stop loss and your risk management. So if you want to always risk 1%, it might be a problem because you don't have leverage. You know, if it depends, unless you do 3x or 5x spot trading and stuff. But spot trading works depending on your plan and strategy. So I don't trade spot, but I need the leverage sometimes as well, because sometimes my stop loss is below 1% and I need to go to 2x or 3x. Usually I don't have to go over 3x leverage. So to risk 1% of my portfolio. But spot trading, yeah, some platforms have better fees for spot trading, others don't. So I would look into the fees as well. Of course, you also have the funding fees to keep an eye on between spot trading and futures. So I don't really have too much of an opinion per se. It probably depends more on your style of being a trader. For my style of trading, it won't work. But maybe for you, it works, Johan. Nice surname, Rodriguez. So popular. Spain, maybe? Portugal? Ridiculous that the whole market moves by just a rumor. I mean, I guess many people try to find reasons as well, but yeah, the probabilities were higher for a move down here to take this low. Even before the news was published, we had the probabilities higher for a move down. And then the news get published, and yeah, you get more movement to the downside. But wait, another book, which is great. It doesn't matter if you are a fundamental trader, technical trader, or both. I can recommend this one, Market Wizards. There's multiple books of Market Wizards. I have them all. I used it very, very well, as you can see. Took it with me everywhere. And in this book, you will read about the stories of some of the best traders in the world. Some are fundamental, some are technical, some are both. It doesn't matter what you use as long as you know your plan and your strategy, and you can do it on a repeat. So I think it's very important to also therefore respect everyone's strategy. They might not be the same as you or trade the same as you, might have a different risk management. They might have completely different entries, but if that's their plan, it should be always respected. So I trade purely technical. I don't look at the news. Probabilities were higher for down. We got down. Some people keep an eye on the news, which is good, right? If you trade the news, or you trade fundamentals, or a combination of both, then hopefully you made some profits on the move to the downside. Are you into crypto gaming? No. I more like the traditional, I suppose. Esports, yes, but not crypto gaming. No. I used to be a professional in Trackmania. I'm also a board member of the Global Esports Federation. I've been in the gaming and esports industry for 18 years. I used to be a medical student in Amsterdam, University of Amsterdam, in the Hospital of Amsterdam as well. And I was a medical master student. But because of gaming and esports, I grew with the industry, and I got business opportunities and eventually choose to do this or follow that path with the safety of coming back to uni a year later. But I earned enough money that year to just continue my business in the gaming and esports industry. And then only later I got in touch with trading and cryptocurrency in general, because I was invited to become the host of a television program which was about crypto in particular. So yeah, fun times. That's how I rolled into the industry. So yeah, you never know what gets you there. I'm online in Binance. I bet the FOMC will dump the USA stock market today. We do have so I do keep an eye on this page. So I don't trade news. I don't follow websites, but this. If there's a red flag, I usually don't even really read what's going on here. A red flag equals usually volatility. So I keep an eye on 8 p.m. Central European time tonight and 2:30 p.m. Friday, Central European time, because volatility, we might get some extra volatility kicking in. Yet I mean they wish to take all the falling knives until then also. Regulations are this year. It's the year of X coins. X is 224 coins. You anticipated the 6th of Jan for a move down? Kraken post only as well. There's no news yet. Dude, I remember that too. Yes. Oh, yes. The Binance story about not being able to trade. Yeah, man, that was a pain in the ass, eh? Nutrisophic, he knows. He was there. Man, it's so annoying if you get volatility, but you can't actually exit or enter because the platform stops working. Jeez. Do you use SMC? No, because their platform was undergoing. I do know SMC in a light version because I have watched some of his videos in, I think it was 2022 or early 2023. I already had my strategy, but I'm always interested in learning more because I'm very curious. I love learning as well. So I was interested in seeing what's up, but I don't trade SMC. And also, it's difficult to get through his videos because the content he talks about, he can probably make a video of 5 minutes and say the same thing instead of a video of 1 hour. He talks so much, and I respect him because he's such a great guy. He's a great trader as well, and he built an amazing community. I think it's really an example of how to, work on a YouTube channel, and he has his strategy, he has his plan as well, which is very nice. But I think the way of educating can be a bit more efficient time-wise as well, because he tends to talk a lot about people stealing content and stuff, and he tends to go everywhere and not necessarily stick to the core. I think the content can be produced in a shorter time period, which would help probably more people as well, as they can go quicker through the videos. I do keep an eye on gaps, but I've also kept an eye on gaps before SMC because it's just part of also Elliott waves and just what I look for: volume levels, gaps, CVD, Fibonacci, Elliott waves. But yeah, very respectable guy, and very interesting to see how he's grown as well as a person, as a trader, and as a community guy. Complete scam. Oh, wait, with Binance, I guess, yeah. "15 years ago." We are here because 15 years ago shit happened, right? That's when it started. That is why we are here. Can you imagine? Huh? The consequence. Because of Mr. Satoshi Nakamoto or a group, who knows? This dude on the internet has a YouTube channel and makes some videos. The channel started, it's almost a year old, by the way. Almost happy birthday to the channel. 20th of February 2024 is going to be the 1-year anniversary of this YouTube channel. Shit, time went fast, eh? What caused the drop? Fear of Ethiopia being broad, liquidate longs. I suppose both, Christian. There were absorption of market longs here, market shorts coming in, people getting stopped out, some news. It all works together, of course. Bibliothèque, I lost 10K in 5 minutes. It sucks. What can you do? Painful. Depends on the perspective as well, but still 10K, a lot of money. That stuff happens. The lesson would be is it part of the plan? Is 10K a lot for you or not? Maybe it's only 0.5% for you. Maybe it's 1%. Maybe it's 100%. The main thing then also is in relation to your portfolio size is what can you learn, right? If it's just part of your plan, it's no problem because you know that based on data, you will be profitable long term, and having one loss is okay. But if it's a bigger loss than usual, or something out of line, then it's important to do a bit of research, stay calm, or that's the most difficult thing, to stay calm and usually not revenge trade, and then reflect on what happened and try to take lessons from it so you can improve to the future as well. Game of wills. You shorted Bitcoin 2 hours ago. Nice job, man. Good job. I heard Mr. Elliot retired bankrupt. I don't know, maybe. So Elliott Waves for me is a directional tool, and then I have my separate entry strategy to enter positions based on what I see, which has 7 other different entry requirements. So I don't know, Mr. Elliot. Yeah, maybe. Give it 20 minutes and it will be in the same spot it was 1 hour ago. Possibly as well, right? Possibly. Let's first wait for the 618 to be hit. Then probabilities increase. This is an ABC. And then we take it from there, because this can then be either a WXY for longer correction, right? Bigger correction to the downside. ABC and then another move for new highs would mean this is then, it must be a wave 2 for a 3 up. Which does not yet have the highest probabilities, because we touched the 886 down here, taken from, let's move you guys for a second, from this low to the high. And the 886 is a rare target for a wave 2, common for B or X. People, Laurento, people who doesn't know panic sell, people who use too much leverage, pretty much summarizes. This is just perfect spot to add to your bags. That depends on your plan, right? I see alt bounce back so good. Yeah, the alts had a pretty nutty recovery. Good opportunity to reload. If that's part of your plan, of course, make sure to follow your plan. Marquise Ferguson, so if you missed a dip a little, should you wait through the day to hop in? It depends on your plan. So for me, yes, I wait, but that's part of my plan and my strategy. So I don't mind. This is important, right? My way of trading, first of all, I'm very patient, but I learned to not catch knives, right? So which means that in any case, also here, it will take hours before I would enter a short in this area, right? I need a lot more information. Same here, I need a lot more information. I don't catch the low, but that's not needed. What I want in my strategy is to catch a portion of a move. 1 to 3 RR is my target, as always, based on data and statistics. That is the most profitable target I have. So my plan and my strategy says I need to wait here. And I probably, with my strategy out of my head, 86% of my setups take more than 4 hours to form. 58% takes more than 12 hours, and 34% take more than 1 day to form after a new high or low. So yeah, I'm a patient guy. It avoids me to catch knives, but this is my plan. So the question here is basically a question to yourself with, hey, what is my strategy? Do I have a strategy? If not, how can I create a strategy? Find the tools you like, build statistics on the tools. This is something many people don't like to do because it costs a lot of time. Build statistics on the tools, combine the tools, more statistics on the combination, which then leads to entry requirements as well, right? Entry rules, basically. And then you start trading it. But then you know your plan and strategy, which will help you in your trading as well, because you have a clear idea. Also based on statistics. Cryptos are falling. Yeah, combination of people shorting, being stopped out. Some people mentioned some news as well with the ETF. Wicks like this will get filled most of the time. That is correct, Elliot. That is indeed correct. Based on statistics, bigger wicks tend to get filled. So, and what I always like to do, I can show this as well. I like to go to, where's my... let me go to the Bybit chart. Is it this one? Yes. Daily. Hello, internet. There we go. So it's very rare for price to not fill bigger wicks. This is quite an interesting wick that did not get filled. It's very rare that actually happens. Because if we look at some of the wicks in the past as well, right? Just for the sake of suppose education, bit of a wick here that got filled, but big wick here, 3-wave, and a move to the downside. A wick here, 3-wave move up, move down. Not really a wick there, I suppose. Big wick, 3-wave move, continuation to the downside. I remember this one very well. 3-wave move and down, right? Over here, big wick when price fell down, right? Started ranging, took the wick again, filled the wick, then moved up. So it's just statistics, but yeah, based on data, or one should say probabilities, the daily candle did not close yet, of course, but usually bigger wicks do tend to get filled. It's quite rare not to, but of course it can happen. Like at on Bybit, at least, we had the candle here to 23.6 out of my head. On Coinbase here it's smaller. Many other charts, index also had smaller wicks. On Bybit we had a bigger wick there, and yeah, they tend to get filled probability wise, of course. So because that is what we focus on. We focus on the probabilities. You know what's nice? It's the first time, like, I gotta so I used to be a pro gamer, and I used to be live on Twitch a lot, just short little segue on Twitch, streaming, you know, my performance and everything. And now seeing people coming in, 400 viewers, guys, it's crazy. I've never had that on this YouTube channel. We had 500 just now, which literally is like 1/10 or something of the channel, 1/9. First of all, thanks for being here, but it also makes me think of my Twitch streaming days, where you know, where many people watch. And the good old days. I love live streaming. I love interacting with everyone. Now we are playing the game of trading. Maybe one day, if there's enough people interested, I can, you know, go live on Twitch as well and play some games. I used to be pro in Trackmania, so I can always stream that. Reason for this is where can you take a look at open interest and funding? 1 second. The funding, I don't know, what's the funding at the moment? Ooh, still high. On BingX, BTC, USDT at the moment, it's 0.0627. So yeah, that's not low, of course. Oh, change my. And what was the open interest? Oh, we need to go to Coinalyze for that one. HGR doesn't have open interest, which is a little bit of a pity. Now, I don't use open interest really, but it can be interesting to use. Look, it's like expected, isn't it? You get a big move down, open interest moves down as well, which usually is the case. Because people get stopped and liquidated, all that stuff, right? So we have quite a bit of a move to the downside in open interest. But yeah, now open interest is increasing during this bounce, which of course is interesting. But we you know, I'm still looking for more information here. So yeah. The open interest. Sean, probability right now is that we just completed a 3. We are on a ranging 4. Yes, that is correct. And the probabilities would only change if we move up to the 0.618 before taking the low. That is when they switch. So you're right. Always happens at the worst time. What's up, Joe? Open my eyes and watch it unfold. Oh, shit. Yeah. Come live in Europe, my friend. Yeah, one can miss these moves. Of course, they happen. You know, it happens that you miss these. Also, in European time zone, Asia can sometimes be volatile, especially on a Monday night from Sunday to Monday when the week opens. Yeah, sometimes you miss the moves. No, you miss the moves. What's the reason for the drop? Market shorts, liquidations, bit of news. Pete, what's up? How are you doing? Sean, we wait for ranges at this point. Yes, correct. We wait for a range. Nice golden badge, by the way, now. Yannick, I like CryptoSphere. Always push the button before thinking and being so emotive. It creates volatility and so opportunities. Yeah, I think in the crypto industry, I suppose there's a bit of a name of, how can I say this nicely? There's many sensible traders in the industry, right? But it does have a bit of a name of people living in Dubai, posting thumbnails with their mouth wide open. You know what I mean? And in general, it's a scene where there's a lot of opportunity because the percentage moves are very high. So it can create millionaires overnight. Not if you trade responsibly, unless you somehow have a very, 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 very big portfolio and your first trade is responsibly. But usually it takes years of experience. But just like with SHIB, years ago, you invest 100 and you would end with, I don't know, like some millions, right? Like ridiculous. But yes, with crypto, higher percentage moves, more percentage moves also increases emotional volatility, which increases leverage, which, like all the stuff we know. Do you think we get ETF details? Probably. I don't know, because I don't follow the news. I only follow the news because of you guys and people in Discord. Yeah, I'm a 100% technical trader. And if you would watch my previous update, probabilities were higher for a move down locally, and then we just observed the reaction. Yeah. All the crypto drop at the same time. Yeah, usually when Bitcoin has a quick move, alts follow, especially if it's down. Open interest and CVD. Yeah, it can be good to combine those. CVD, market orders, right? Market long, market shorts can be seen using CVD. And with open interest, you can see if its position's opening or closing. But preferably, you would then want to see open interest of longs and shorts separately. So you would need ATAS or EXO charts or other trading light. And then you know that if CVD is moving up, what's happening? Is it longs? Is it shorts opening? Yeah. What are you... Ronnie, what's up? What are you looking in the wave? Can you explain? First of all, welcome. Currently looking for a range to form, like Sean, I believe, or Yannick, Sean here mentioned, is currently probabilities are higher for an impulsive move. But that still means we are waiting for a range. So now at the moment, we are just waiting for a range to form, like we had here, sideways consolidation, right? Sideways structure. Probabilities at the moment are higher for wave 3 because of the extension of this move. If price hits the 0.618, probabilities switch to this being an ABC, which is a 3-wave structure, which then means other scenarios on the higher time frames will change as well. But first, we wait for a range, which means sideways consolidation, and then we take it from there. Do you think the crypto market as a whole will go up or down in 2024? Jeez, that's a good question. So based on the higher time frame analysis, and also looking at the high that we have at the moment, look, short term, can we get a move down into the 30s and la-di-la-di-la? Yeah, of course, right? But I am not yet, based on probabilities, confident this is the high. So I would still look for higher prices. But a year is a very, very, very long time. And a lot can happen in a year, no? So where are we going to end versus where are we starting? If we go to the... Let me go up here. Let me show you one of the ideas I have. Removing this quickly. So let me go to the high time frame stuff. Every Sunday, by the way, 7 p.m. I upload a cycle macro high time frame video, FYI, which means talking about the monthly from the initiation of Bitcoin to where we are today, the weekly, and the daily. Now let's see. Yes, and So, of course, there's a couple of scenarios I look at, but it's interesting in the perspective of your question, I suppose. Go to the weekly. Okay. So this is one scenario, right, where this would be the bullish one, no, because you're gonna have a bigger 5-wave structure instead of this being A, B, C. You then have a bigger 5-wave move. So this is a bullish scenario, no, also labeled here high time frame bull, right, in the folder. However, what this means is that pretty much for 2024, you're likely going to range inside the same range we had in 2021. For me, personally, it's very unlikely we're going to just push through this volume profile like it's never been there and we go to new all-time highs. From a volume profile trading perspective, that's low probabilities. We've been in this range for a long time, right? The whole of 2021 was pretty much this range. Yes, you have the deviations, right? But it's a nice range. Now we re-entered the range. We went above the value area low and the support resistance box, right? Test 1, test 2, third time asking, right? Also, the more often you test resistance, the higher the probability of continuation. Now the third time, very nice, price moving up, right? Entering this volume profile increases probabilities to move to the point of control. We check that box, right? And we're now on our way basically to 49.5 where we have the value area high. Now in this scenario, we potentially a 3, looking for a 4, right? 38.7 is interesting, maybe a dip below, who knows? And then a 5 up. But that can take a long time, right? This wave 2 was a long wave 2 and sideways. So how long can wave 4 be? We don't know. But time-wise, this for your 2024 year is one of my scenarios here, where you also retest support, which was prior resistance. So it's a simple support resistance flip as well. We have big resistance here, by the way, golden pocket from the high to the low on the linear scale, the 786 on the logarithmic scale, value area high over here as well, right? So there's many resistances or confluences above price here. So yeah, that makes it interesting. Where of course in a more bearish scenario we would be looking for a ABC, where it depends on the linear or the logarithmic chart what the target is. Log targets are up here. I'm currently on log, by the way, and on the logarithmic scale, these are your targets here, 50k to 59. While on a linear scale, we are currently inside the target area for wave C, but at the moment probabilities are not yet great. This is the high over here because of the structure that we have on the lower time frame. So that increases probabilities to, on a high time frame, right? And we are talking 12-hour daily, still look for higher prices, as the probabilities here are higher for a 3-wave up, right? Not so great for this being an expanding diagonal in a wave 5, because an expanding diagonal is rare, so it never carries the highest probabilities. So if price moves down, right, or sideways, we get more information. Based on that information, we can reassess the probabilities of if this is a 5 or if we are in a bigger flat, right, for then a bigger sideways corrective structure, which then leads us to the yellow count here. This yellow count, by the way, is the same as you've just seen. It's just turned yellow now. So let me show. We have then the bull, right? No, not that one. Where is it? This one. So here it's in blue, 1, 2, 3 in blue, 4 in blue, 5 in blue, finish green 1, right? It's the same count but in yellow. Where here you could have a flat ABC starting A or W, get a bigger correction in B or X, C or Y to finish after the 382, which is sitting on the 31st of January. And then we're looking for a bounce towards the upside for a wave 5, 49 or 48, 52K is an interesting area, right? Looking for a rejection there, and then you could get a bigger move towards the downside. No? What else do we have here? Yeah, so then you have the ABC, of course. That's a bearish scenario, less likely. Medium time frame. Where's this one? This one also does not yet have great probabilities for me. 1 2 1 2, so that we already are in a finished one and starting on a 2. Currently probabilities are higher. This is a 4 compared to a 2, based on the local structure, which seems complex here. Now for a wave 2, however, it's quite easy to distinguish from a wave 4, because for a wave 2 your common target area is between the 05 and the 786, pulled from the low to the high, right? Arguably it might be that high, but we don't have that information. So at the moment we then have a 1 2. This is your common target area, while the 05 for a wave 4 is the maximum target. For a wave 2 it's usually a minimum target. The 382 is less common for 2, the 886 is rare for 2, your common target is here. For a wave 4, your common target is the 236 to the 05, which then means in the yellow scenario, look, it's beautiful overlap, no? Common target wave 4, invalidation is the 618, while for a wave 2, the 618 and the golden pocket is actually a common target. So yeah, these are some of the things that on a higher time frame, I suppose, I keep my eye on. There you go. Let me put this back on here, range and that one up. So yeah, answer to your question. Arno Karstens, hit the likes, guys. Thanks, Arno. Yeah, I never really ask people to like or sub, or you know, I never really show my affiliate links in the, or link. It's now one link. So thanks for that. I also think people always, they know if they like it, they will sub anyway, or they click the like. I don't have to really activate. It's always annoying to me when I watch a video of an analysis and in the middle they go and highlight all their crypto affiliate links, or they always ask for likes. And yeah, you guys know, you've been on YouTube long enough, you know how it works. If you like something, you sub, you like. If you want to support a channel, you click the affiliate links. You know, we know how it works, right? What is the level for X in a WXY? Oh, probably you're looking locally here in case this then becomes a WXY. Now the level for X is between the 382 and the 886, which is a very big margin. So therefore, you always need to look at the sub degree of wave X. Over here. So it's a big target area, right? 382 to the 886. You first want to invalidate an impulse though. So you actually want to go to the 618 minimum. And then it depends on the subwaves of X to get a better idea of your target for X. Because X, as well as a wave B, has a very big target area. New here, Baman Bargeri, welcome. Thanks for the info. Do you think we will have a bigger correction at some point? Yeah, actually, like I just shown with the high time frame stuff. Yeah, I would expect that. And also in a double 1-2, still a deeper retracement. Better to stay safe now. The upside percentage not worth it. Better safe than sorry. What's up, Kenny? 400 likes and Koen will do 100 pull-ups. Yeah, you seeing my power tower there? That's the name of it, right? It's a power tower. Yeah, it's my like home gym workout. What I do is when I walk in and out the office, I have the habit that I created that every time I walk through the door, I have to do 5 something, 5 pull-ups, 5 pull-ups, 5 push-ups. Holy moly, I had to think about that word. I did not have any alcohol as well. 5 dips or 5 exercises for my core, which is putting your legs up, you know, which you can all do that with that thing. So so throughout the day, I'm constantly, when I walk in and out or lunch and you know whatnot, I'm being active on the power tower. How difficult is it to use Ledger Cold Store wallet? I mean, it's quite straightforward, but you need to be very safe with your codes. write it on a piece of paper or something, because it's the only access you have to the cold store wallet. It's not difficult. It has an address and stuff, but you need to manage your password. That's the biggest difficulty, I suppose. Can you explain when you will enter a trade? I mean, my strategy and the setups I look at and potentially take as well is what we do in Diamond. But what I look for as well is, you know, that's the strategy. So I can't explain that just out here, of course. But when I enter a trade, that is my plan, which requires patience and at least a couple of hours for a range to form for me to consider entering a long against this local move down at the moment. And at the same time, I can always recommend to develop your own plan and strategy, which is also one of the big targets in Diamond, by the way. Of course, I just mentioned that's also where people trade my strat. But I also there help people to develop theirs. A couple of Excel sheets that people can use to track and develop statistics, to collect data, a step-by-step approach on, you know, the steps to follow to build a plan from my personal experience. So and there's also people there that develop their strategy, and you know, it's great to see. So I can't say when to enter or exit because it's not signals. It's more teaching people a strategy and look for setups. Altcoin needs is volatility and the number of views grows massively. Yeah, I guess it's emotions, right? Emotions. What's the reason for the drop? Shorts, liquidations, bit of news, a bit of everything, really. Luis Rivera, welcome to the channel as well. Love to learn more. Elliott Waves is great. The you know, what I recommend if you want to learn Elliott Waves is check the 2 sources in the description, which are free. Those are websites, right? So this is one. This is my favorite. This is the one I used a lot. So it's just a website you can you know, go to. It has literally kind of all you need to know. Of course, there's a couple of things they don't write here because it's not 100% per se, but this is very much complete. So I recommend studying this. Another website that can be interesting, has some mistakes here and there, but generally very, very good. Very a lot of information is EW Tough, right? Elliott Wave TEF. And if you want to learn more from me specifically, then the gold membership is the Elliott Wave course, where there's a, you know, you will see it in the, if you click on the join button, you get the video where I show everything, like what's inside. So but I kind of recommend to always start with the free stuff, unless you want more active feedback. For the golds, by the way, tonight, don't forget, we have the feedback and Q&A stream. No? Have you seen what has happened to Teller during New Year's Eve? No, I don't know what Teller is or if it's a person. Press the button, I know, right? Hit the like and press the button. Gold candle, Kramer candle. What we like to see. Over leverage guys wipe off. Right on. Prince Goon getting much deserved fame. Thanks, guys. I mean, sometimes it's a bit difficult to really realize what has happened in the past year with the channel as well when you start from zero. Just because I had some good reasons to start a channel based on what I saw online, which was the beginning, and many questions in other Discord communities to make videos. And that's how it started, and now we're here. So yeah, 2024 is off to a pretty nutty start, I would say. I would suggest stop reading freaking news. No, we can't recommend that because you have the fundamental traders, people that love trading based on fundamentals and news. If it fits their strategy, we should always respect everyone's strategy. I'm purely technical, so people should respect my technical approach, and at the same time I respect any strategy someone has. All of you Dutch people have so good English. I'm jealous of your TV stations. What's up, Mario Kaufmann? German, maybe, based on your surname. Yeah, it's the Netherlands is so it's the best English-speaking country that is not native English. I don't really know why. Maybe because we're sandwiched between many different countries. We grow up with English in schools, television, you know, the movies are not translated to native language. It's only subtitled. Might probably also helps gaming. Wow. Bluetooth, Blue Claw, Bluebell, Blueberry. A lot of blue, which is my favorite color. Article about... Yes, that's the news indeed. Big Dumb, sell. What's up, Crypto Goo? Balubna, the reason is Jim Crymer. I don't know this guy. Is that the guy that spoke about ETF news, I think? Dump is not over yet. As long as the 618 is not hit, probabilities are higher. We're in a 3, eventually another 4 and 5. Yes, so that would be fit. That fits the probabilities until invalidated, right? The concept of manipulation does not exist in Elliot. In general, like, manipulation is always a sensitive topic, I suppose, but I never really believe in manipulation. It's just price action. It doesn't help you as well. It doesn't help you in your trading. Oh, it's manipulated. I mean, who cares? You want to make profit. So you need a plan. You need data. If your stop loss gets wicked and then price moves, it's your fault of putting the stop loss wrong. It's not manipulation and, you know, them going after your stop loss. It's a wrong stop loss placement. So you need data and statistics, building a plan. And based on data, you know then where, for example, you need to put your stop loss. 0.25%, 0.5%, 0.75%, 1%, 1.5%. And then based on the data, you will figure out how many times do I get stopped, how many times does it play out, how far is my risk to reward ratio, if I move my... You know, you need to collect all the data. And then based on that data, you form a plan. And then the moment you have a plan, all the outside stuff falls away. You don't care anymore, right? But manipulation for me, that it's more like the victim mentality, unless it's part of a strategy. Like I know SMC has the, what is it? Accumulation, manipulation, distribution. Is it that one? I think he spoke about that in video. So he uses the term to basically explain a movement in price, even though I believe it's the wrong. It's not necessarily the right term, I would say. I would prefer to say like liquidity or use a different word than manipulation, as manipulation is very emotional. But it also doesn't help you in trading generally. If there is or isn't, if it's the bot, if it's AI, if it's the exchange, if it's market makers, you know, will it help you in your trading? No. Best is to focus on yourself. I also see sometimes in groups where people try to convince someone else of their plan and their strategy. And then you get words of, there's always this one bitch that doesn't agree, you know, like... The thing is, everyone has a different plan and different perspective of what might happen next, and we should all agree on each other's way of trading. If some people can trade the word manipulation, you know, that's good. But I don't really believe in manipulation. I just believe in movement of price and liquidity, looking for the liquidity, and yeah, buying and selling, I suppose. And then I've developed my strategy around what price does. Thanks for reading my comment. It's a pleasure, Rai. I try to, you know, read all the comments, I suppose. The concept of trading bots must have a decent impact with that quiet wick. Yeah, I mean, trading bots. There's a company in the Netherlands called Bots that does algorithmic trading. Probably they had a hit as well here, I can imagine. But it's kind of like a trend as well, the algorithmic trading, where you don't need too much knowledge of trading. You just invest in algorithms made by a company. But I'm not into that. I don't really have that myself. You can't beat a long-term DCAer's patience. I mean, not if, of course, price goes to very, very high levels. But I would argue DCA here, very nice. If you do not take profits, DCA, okay, we're at 60K, nice. And then you go back to 30, 28. Then you go back to 69. Then you go back to 15. You are now 2 years, 2.5 years pretty much, but 2 years after, let's see, here, well, basically here, we're now 2 years further down the line at the same price. I mean, maybe very, very, very long term, if you, have a vision of 10, 20, 30 years, I don't know, maybe it works, but, with I always like to have exit plans and a strategy on exiting as well. Of course, one, DCAing for very, very, very long-term investing, I wouldn't, that is probably can work, can be a solid strategy as well, right? On Bitcoin, higher lows, higher highs throughout the many years we are in Bitcoin. But here you do have to continue DCAing if price is down. Don't fear and don't YOLO, right? Which is the main difficulty, I suppose. And be able to also work with the volatility. So I'm a day trader, right? So I'm not really bothered by the movement. I don't care if price is 100K. I don't care if price is 10K. I just trade it based on the strategy I have. But of course, as a long-term investor, you're looking for upside. Arguably, based on a bit of a plan, you could take a bit more profit here and then sell, or a buy back here or here, and then a bit more profit here and then buy back here. But then you go into swing trading, which is not investing anymore. So it really depends on the strategy someone has and how you cope with the downturns as well, and your emotions, of course. It can be very profitable, but then in like maybe, hopefully, because we don't know, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years, whatever happens. Depending on your age, if you're still alive, right? Smack the like. Wait. Trendgat, my friend. you switch now. There you go. Welcome to the Silver Crew, mate. I actually didn't speak about this yet, but Trendgat is one of the first diamond legends. Yes, he's a diamond. So in diamond, which is something I did not say in my membership video, but if diamonds are a member for 3 months, they will forever be a member and they become a diamond legend, where they can then switch to either becoming a silver or gold member. So they pay for silver or gold, but get everything in diamond for whatever long they are a member for in silver or gold. And Trendgat joined the membership of diamond the first day it was active, the 3rd of October. Now guess what? It's the 3rd of Jan. 3 months later, my man became a diamond legend member, and he can now go back to silver, pay for silver, getting diamond. So Trendgat, welcome to the Diamond Legends. No, one of the first. One of the first. That's nice to see. Where were we? Smack the like. Thanks, Ave. Wisely said. Plan is key. Why do you think the fall happened? Shorts, liquidations, bit of news, bit of a mix. Victor Schauke. What will happen next? Probabilities at the moment are higher for a move down unless the 618 is hit before price takes the low. However, probabilities are highest for a range. I'm just looking for a range. If the 618 is hit, then probabilities increase. It's a 3-wave move. As long as the 618 is not hit, probabilities are higher for a 5-wave move, which means one more drop. We just wait patiently for a range, sideways consolidation. And once we get the sideways consolidation and more info, that is when we can reassess probabilities better. GMX 30% up, these alts. Even more. Have we ever had such a move? Oh yeah, mate. This is nothing. This is peanuts in crypto. Bit of a 10% move, easy peasy. I mean, arguably here you also had, like, this is funny, of course. Here you had in no time a move to the upside. You don't hear people talking then about manipulation and all that stuff. It's always the moves down. Here you had another solid one, right? Also a 10%er. Here you had a solid move. What was it? 15, right? Happens all the time. Here as well. Here as well. No. Quick move down. Another 8% down there. Here at the lows. Boom. More over 20% down. This was the nutty stuff right here. 30% down. How about this one? No. Ups, 20% down. So let me tell you, it happens. It happens. So yeah, this is a peanuts. This is a small move. as I've just shown, there's a move of 20-30% in a matter of a couple of candles on a 1 hour time frame. So it can go very quick, much quicker than we had here at the moment. We have a bit of a break. So yeah, depends on your plan. If you're a long only investor, you enjoy setting low limits and being filled. Exactly, that's true. That's absolutely true. All depends on the plan that you have. Holy moly, I'm so far behind. I should probably, the moment I get so many viewers, I have to change how to go through it. Let me quickly scan here. Wicks like these are very normal during such, yes, wicks in general, having solid moves, big wicks tend to get filled, but it happens. Can you explain that rage what you're talking about? Can you make an example? Rage. Well, usually if you're trading, especially when you're new and you don't yet have control of your emotions in the trading environment, probably in your daily life you do, but if you trade as a beginner and you popped a little bit too much money into your account because you think you can get rich quick. Now maybe your first trade with 100x leverage becomes a winner. That's a big problem because now you think you can do this consistently. And that is when problems come as well. So that's why I recommend to start very, very low and very easy, right? Get experience in the market. But usually the rage happens when you don't stick to your plan or you don't have a plan and you get a loss, probably bigger than you expected, or you get liquidated and whatnot. And then what happens is you're going to try. So this is not, it happens, right? It's not 100%. Of course, many people, you also have people that just leave, you know. However, many traders then want to earn back the money they lost. So they go into revenge trading. They go to the lower time frames. They increase their leverage even more to try and catch the small moves and make back what they lost. And based on revenge trading, they lose more, and they get angry, they get emotional, they slam their desk, you know what I mean? And it's downhill from there. Until the moment you actually snap back to reality, you look around you and be like, okay, time to fuck off, right? Do something else. Yeah. What to do, BTC? Will go more down or up? We wait for a range at the moment. And as long as the 618 here is not hit at 43.6, probabilities are higher for downside. If it hits here, probabilities change as this then becomes an ABC compared to an impulse. So we just wait patiently for a range and more information. Volatility is very abundant. Bless you. What's up, Fräulein Bus? Welcome here. What's your BTC position right now? I never exclude, is that a word? I never exclude my positions, my sizes. I don't need that as well. Like with the Moon Boys, they always show, look, I'm in $1 million position plus or $1 million position loss, usually the winners, right? That's what they show. But I never show my positions. In Diamond, for example, I show the setups, but I never talk about my actual positions. People know I trade my strategy. They know the results, they track their own statistics, they know it works, it's fine. But I never talk about my portfolio size and that sort of stuff. Of course, they know positions based on the setups. So, yeah. But let's say that I'm not in a long. Arthur first, for those saying the news is negative from Meta, if you search the other articles, they have another article saying it to hit 50K by the weekend. Always got to watch out, right? Watch out where you read it. What's up, learning platform? How you doing? Donta Holder, welcome as well. Jano Eduardo Kun, don't you check the low time frames like the 5 minutes as I see? No, for me a range, especially on with this drop, it needs more time, right? So, for example, if this is an impulse in a 1, 2, 3, and then we look for a wave 4, right? Your wave 4 most commonly is longer in price or is longer in time than your wave 2. which means if I take a fib time from the low to the high and then put it on top of the low here, then a wave 4 most commonly passes the 1-to-1, which is sitting at 1:30 a.m. Central European time tonight. So that is what I mean. Like even for a wave 4, I need a bigger range. Of course, if you go to the 1 minute, price is ranging. But what I'm talking about is in the context of this move, you want a range that is similar to a similar size than this one here, because then in an impulse you would be looking for a 1, 2, 3, and eventually you're looking for a 4. But the 4 most commonly is longer in time than 2. So that is why you're going to be looking for a range that at least takes a longer period of time. And as long as you don't get this range, or as long as price is not hitting the 618, probabilities are higher for continuation. So that is the answer to the question of why I'm looking for a range on 1 hour 15 minutes. Being patient. Hit the like button, guys. What's up, Errol? Thanks. Smash Kenny as well. You guys are on it. I saw that so was done, but pumped directly. Yeah, same with ARP. People have been talking about ARP as well. Quantum Reality, subscribe. Want to learn more about trading? I've been on crypto space since 2017. Never win on leverage trading, but trying to be systematic this cycle. Now that sounds like a very solid approach to this cycle, trying to be systematic. I love the word that you use, being system. Welcome to the channel, by the way. But I love the word systematic. Systematic means having a system, having a plan, having a strategy, and repeat that day in, day out. You know what you look for. You just trade the same shit, different day, if you know what I mean. That's what I do as well. And it helps you to create statistics, and then you're trading based on statistics, statistical approach, which really helps. So sounds good. Samuel Wong, could this movement be considered as stop fishing? This has a similar feel to it as manipulation. For me, I don't really look at that like in the market with price just moving up. There's a lot of leverage longs, right? This high over here had the probabilities of being a wave B and an ABC. Probabilities this morning update at 7 a.m. Central European time. I mean, I was a little late, right? 8 a.m. Update, higher probabilities locally to take the low. We did that. Then we observed the reaction. No reaction. Takes a point of control. Hits the 0.618 that we had from the low here to the high, invalidating a potential impulse to the upside, increasing probabilities to move down. So I suppose I approach the market a bit different. I don't talk about manipulation, stops fishing. What I have is I talk more about plans, strategy, risk management, and focusing on myself. So the probabilities were higher for a move down. If you catch this move, there's many reasons people can find online for this move. And some people trade fundamental news, right? So they maybe went short because of fundamentals. Other people went short because of technicals. Other people maybe went long. And then they're wrong. And if they're wrong, then hopefully they had a stop loss and they had good risk management so that they can survive another day. But market is, of course, looking for liquidity. Moving above the range here, you can bet your naked ass there's people here that went long. Because what are they looking for? A breakout. What did we have there? My beautiful golden target box and the monthly resistance. Now, the moment price moves into the target box, we don't yet know if we get continuation up or if we reject. And that is why also here, after this move up, what do we wait for? A range. We wait for a range. And then the range gives us more info. But hey, there's a target box there for a reason, because there's resistance there. Well, clearly, we now move to the downside. So, people buying, filling the positions of the bigger shorts, price moving down. Bigger short positions need to offload positions as well, hitting other liquidity areas, which usually is highs or lows. But so I look at the market just from I do look at liquidity, but I use Elliott Waves for that as well, I suppose. While the crypto down, well, Bitcoin moving down usually takes many other coins with it as well. So this was wave 4. Well, theoretically, we can be in still a bigger wave 4 here. Yes, A, B, and then a C down, which is only the first structure of a bigger wave 4. So yes, I wouldn't say was. It still is in that case, which is the bullish scenario where you're still looking for a wave 4 and then another move up in 5. Bearish one is your high is in, you're going to be looking for lower prices, which is an alternative at this moment in time because of the expanding shape that we have over here. And an expanding ending diagonal in a wave 5 is extremely rare. So probabilities are higher. This is corrective, which then increases probabilities that at a future moment you will look for higher prices, but temporarily lower prices or short term, which is happening where we are now. Some ETF news. Yeah. What do you advise when crash like this happen, post and pre-crash? Well, pre-crash, you don't know a crash happens, right? So the only thing you can do is trade your plan and strategy, and then hopefully you're on the good side. But you don't know if you get a big move, because of course we didn't yet have this, right? We were here in the morning when we said probabilities are higher for a move down. This is where we were, so we didn't know. But we did know probabilities were higher for a move down. And then it's about observing the reaction and see what we get, because we don't know yet what we get, right? But then as price was moving, right? You get this. Literally no support. So, okay, yeah, well, that's fine. Then we're going to be looking for lower prices now. So pre-crash, you don't know. The only thing you can do is trade your strategy, trade your plan. And it's a luxury if you're on the good side. If you're on the wrong side, hopefully you have a stop loss in your plan as well. Risk management, 1% loss, maybe a little bit of slippage. That's fine, you know, survive another day. It's mainly about surviving in this market, really, right? Post-crash, always wait from an Elliott Wave point of view, wait for a range. We want to wait for a longer range, sideways consolidation. As long as we don't get that, you look for continuation, right? You want to look for a range. Just like here, move up. What do we wait for? We wait for a range. Based on the range, we reassess probabilities, which were higher for a move down. We got a move down. I mean, we didn't expect this. Who does? But then based on the reaction, we went live today when price was about here. So we were live this whole day during this section of the chart. So we've observed it happening. We spoke about probabilities when price was here as well. And yeah, we just react on what price does. So post-crash, wait for a range. Pre-crash, you just follow your plan and hope to be on the good side to take the move down here. What's the probability now on the daily? On a daily time, that's of course very high time frame, but then still looking for a 4 and a 5. We actually went over this very, very shortly, where I really like this. Where is it? Bullish, no, not that one. Where is it? This one. So I do like this on a daily to have eventually a bigger wave 4 down for then one more move up. This would be the bullish scenario, by the way. We of course have a bearish one. And that scenario, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, translates into this. 1, 2, 3, your 4 area, right? 5, bearish, because you always need bearish, is wave C. A, B, C, potential high of C down on a linear scale. So that's a more bearish scenario, macro bearish, as then you look for lows, of course. Depends on the move down. At the moment, for me, probabilities are still higher. This is a B high, which increases probabilities to still look for higher prices in the future, and the move down being a wave C and then a flat, which then leads to this scenario where you're going to be looking for a bigger correction and then a move up later. Now, this is the target area for a wave C on a linear scale. On a log scale, it's up here for then a bigger A, B, and then a C. So with the updates, I do 3 times a day if I can. if I'm not doing other stuff or not home. We constantly, of course, talk about probabilities as well. So you can check out, hey, we got a new one here. Mr. Friends, what's up? How you doing? My man joining Gold. Welcome to the Gold team, my friend, which is the Elliott Wave core stuff. And tonight we have a stream, so make sure to jump in. I'm going to give you the right Discord role and access to Telegram, of course. But we immediately have a stream tonight as well. So if you have any questions whatsoever, you can immediately ask them tonight as well. But welcome, man. Thanks for joining the membership. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Friends. By the way, the reason you now have a bronze badge behind your name and not a gold one, got that question funny enough recently, is because it's your first month member. The badges in the chat are the longevity of being a member. But of course you became gold now. So welcome, man. Thanks for joining. Welcome to the group. I'll chat to you tonight if you can, Central European time. We go live around 7:30 p.m. But send me an email with your stuff, right? And I'll get you sorted. As explained, your YouTube, Discord, and Telegram username, and then I reply to you an email and give you all access everywhere. Welcome, my friend. What's the probabilities now? Oh yeah, so on a daily, right? Looking for a big 4 and 5 at the moment. Locally, as long as the 618 isn't hit, we look for continuation down in an impulse. 1, 2, 3, then eventually 4 and 5. If the 618 is hit here at 43.6K before taking the low, then we're going to be looking for this being an ABC, which then changes the scenarios. But at the moment, we didn't hit it. So we don't yet have to think about that too much. Bitcoin to 15K. That's the macro bearish scenario. I would still look for a little higher before thinking about the macro bear. And also, if like 15, I would then look for 11 to 8. To be honest. No altcoins at the moment. I focus on Bitcoin. Sometimes I look at altcoins, but at the moment we look for Bitcoin. Should we sell? That depends on your plan, my friend. Got liquidated today. I hate reading that, of course. It's a pain, big pain. Sorry for that happening, of course, and make sure to and this is of course maybe annoying at the same time, but no one can change this scenario. So the best advice I would be able to give is to, first of all, not revenge trade, but second, learn from what has happened. What went wrong? Why did it happen? Maybe you didn't have a stop loss. Maybe you didn't stick to your plan. Maybe you did revenge trading, but you lost more. So then focus on some psychology, because based on reflecting, you can improve your trading for the future. Santos Sainz, finally, he's here. I'm late for a reason. I'm late, but reason for dump was high open interest. Yeah, many people longing above the range, breakout trading, bearish CVD divergences. Beautiful, no? Bit of a crash in G, indeed. Welcome, John. Daniel, ETF will surely come, probably eventually. It's always with up and coming industries, up and coming, of course, with crypto being not old compared to traditional structures, but traditional structures, of course, have difficulty to invite newer industries with open arms. Same with the gaming and esports industry in the past. When I started in 2007, when I became a pro in the industry, sure, the stigma and everything, man. I had so many interviews on television where I had to cope with stigma and problems and all that stuff. And now things change, right? Like being a pro gamer is not weird anymore. Kids grow up watching it. It's like normal. It takes time. Crypto is just knocking the doors of traditional markets, and it takes time. But I guess eventually it will come. It's just it takes a lot of time for that to happen. What a day! Yes, you don't sell, you accumulate more. Yeah, it depends on your strategy. Largo Caballero, what's up? Calmly explaining how news content itself doesn't matter to TA. Yeah, it's whatever people use in their confluences. Only trading news, only fundamentals, I should say, only technicals, combination of both. Yeah, Leroy, welcome to the channel. Thanks for your sub, my friend. I like your calm approach. Yeah, thank you. It's let me tell. If you would have a starting Kuhn trading, he would not be this calm. Probably I would panic in the past, but you know, I got my I learned my lessons as well in the past. So, you know, experience in the markets help, and then having an approach and a strategy helps. But yeah, welcome to the channel as well. How long did it take for you to learn Elliott Waves? Well, I'm now at it for, I started in February 2021. So I'm now at it for basically almost 3 years. And I started the channel on the 20th of February 2022. So yeah, you can kind of, you know, Elliott Waves takes a while to learn because there's so much theory, right? And I did not have a coach or a mentor or a solid program or whatnot. I just learned it by myself, by the websites I showed earlier. One of this is this one, but the other one, which I would start with if I were you, is this one. It's the two links in the description, the bit.ly. Elliott Wave, what's the first one? Detailed is this one, and more information is the other one. I just got my notebook out. I have it here. Big notebook. I have more notebooks. This is just one of them, where I, just like at university, I study. I'm a writer. I need to write stuff down, and then I need to summarize, and I need to implement. And then, you know, at the beginning, my counts absolutely sucked, and I didn't know probabilities. I had a period in time where I stopped using Elliott Waves for 2 months as well, because I just got pissed off so much. I was like, fuck this, you know, I use other stuff. And then I got back to it again. You know, it just draws me back. And in the end, I love playing the game of counting the waves. It's, for me, it's puzzling, and puzzling equals like gaming almost. And I used to be a pro gamer. It's, for me, it's something I really enjoy doing. Also, who is this one? Who is this? TXM. My man TXM is also, everyone, a Diamond Legend member. So not just a Diamond. No, he's been a member in Diamond for 3 months now. He joined on the first day, 3rd of October. And now that he became a Diamond Legend, he can go to either silver or gold, but still get Diamond as well. So TXM, welcome, and thanks for being part of gold. While of course we're gonna chat in Diamond. Thanks for staying there as well. What's up, TXM? Hope you're doing good. I forgot a low order yesterday. It was blow up in minutes. Yeah, that's what happens during these moves, right? They're very quick, and that's what sucks as well. If you forget something or you forgot a stop loss, you know, that happens. Why did you choose the Elliott Wave technique? I like the psychology of Elliott Waves and the predictability. So that's the reason. Elliott Waves has a lot of psychology, market psychology, greed, fear, hype, and you can kind of read it with Elliott Waves, which I really enjoy, and it's the predictability. I think it's one of the best systems where you can give probabilities to future market movements. Now, with my personal trading strategy, I wouldn't actually. I do have Elliott Wave knowledge implemented in the strategy. But of course, I have many more rules. So I can also trade not using Elliott Waves at all. But I love Elliott Waves because, I don't know, it's just the psychology, the puzzling, the figuring stuff out, and then giving probabilities. It's a skill thing as well, I suppose. I like the challenge of Elliott Waves. I love learning. And Elliott Waves takes a long time to learn, a lot of info. And yeah, it's many reasons. Card Crypto, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Card Crypto also, by the way, a Diamond Legend. The Beering, based in Rotterdam. Welcome, you're around the corner. I am based in Gouda. Multiple drives of bearish divergence on the daily. Yes, we had also CVD divergence. It looks like a double top, reversal pattern potential. What are your thoughts? I know we need to wait. Yeah, so of course we need a bit of a range, but yeah, this has wave B potential for a C to the downside as like an impulse, right? We're then looking for an impulse down. So yes, I would agree. bearish CVD at the high. That's beautiful. That's what you want to see. You probably use other tools as well, maybe RSI and other stuff. So a bit of a move to the downside would also be healthy, right? Only going up and up and up and up. I mean, also with the funding fees, it's healthy to reset them at a certain moment in time. But for now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, impulse has the highest probability unless price hits the 0.618, which is sitting at 43.6 before taking the low. Then we look at this as a 3-wave structure instead of a 5-waver. So remaining patient. But based in Rotterdam, around the corner, we can almost wave to one another. Yannick Ganger, hey Koen, this is a wick or is this a flat? Well, at the moment, this is a wick. I mean, the question, I can't say the either or because we might have a wick in a bigger flat, if you know what I mean. But even for a wave C and a flat, we are still looking for a range wave 4 before a 5 down. We did, of course, hit the target area for a flat, right? However, we did so in a 3-wave move, not a 5-wave. So we want to see a 4 and then a 5. Where below price, besides the low here and a couple of interesting lows here, the golden box is also interesting for me between 38.6, 39K, which is still quite a distance down. So let's be patient and see what happens here locally on the chart. No? So yeah, God, how long have we been talking about this target box? Pretty. So no one knows that this was going to be a reaction. Or we didn't know. It's just that after price started ranging, that's why range is so important. Pump into the target area, we get a range. Morning probability is higher to take the low. We take the low, we observe the reaction. No strength, we go down. Of course, we don't know. We couldn't know if we get this rejection. We take it step by step, and now we're here. So. Yeah. Nutty. Where is the oldest French Elliott Wave analyst? French CMA waited for this wave. Yeah. Nice, by the way, another Elliott Wave analyst. Oldest one. Ooh. I wonder what the age is. But yeah, we were waiting for eventually a drop, and especially this morning, probabilities were higher for a move down, and yeah, we got the move down. Currently, Meta and Meet. Not looking at altcoins, but I do that regularly at streams though. But now, because of the action here, we look at Bitcoin and many questions. Some of your audience is twitching here as well. Like twitching as in after the drop. I suppose twitching as in nervous or scared, like emotional twitching. When I hear twitching, I also think about Twitch. You know what I mean? As a pro gamer myself in the past, quality work always get the audience. What's up, Sidiums? How you doing, man? Good to have you here, and Vitalian as well. you guys are always there. Good to have you here. Yo, what's up, Vitalian and Sidiums? Appreciate you guys being here. Ben XN, I just woke up and was shocked. Yeah, I can imagine if you wake up and you go to sleep here at 45K and you open your eyes and you got a wick to 40.7. Yeah, I can imagine it's quite a change, especially if you had a position running without a stop loss, which I can never recommend, of course. But welcome. Good morning, Ben. Probably American, I can imagine. A news article, yes. I mean, there's many, I suppose, reasons. Shorts, market shorts, pressure, absorption of market longs, which we saw this morning with bearish CVD divergences. Bit of news coming in. It all adds to the move down. What do you think rate is go up or now or down? All in one Nasel Jawan. Wait, Galaxy message retracted. Sorry for that. I don't know. It's YouTube. These type of questions, it's quite typical, of course, when there's a lot of emotion. But at the moment, we wait for a range. But as long as this 618 is not hit before the low is hit here, lower prices have a higher probability. But the best area to short was the morning. Or I mean, for my morning, basically the previous update. We were here with probabilities higher to move down. No financial advice. You need your plan, which I don't think you really have. based on the question. So I can recommend, a better recommendation is to build a plan and a strategy, which will likely take you a while, but it will pay off in the long run, because usually when you have a solid plan, you don't ask, is it going up or down anymore? Because if you get those questions, then usually it signals you don't have a plan. So it would be good to work on a plan, but at the moment, yeah, from an Elliott Wave point of view, we are looking for a range to form, and because we want to see a wave 4 in an impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probabilities are higher for continuation down if you get a 4, unless price hits the 0.618, which is an invalidation for a wave 4 before taking the high, because then this becomes a 3-wave move, 1, 2, 3, and scenarios change. But as long as you didn't hit the 0.618, probabilities are higher for down. So that is the alternative, basically. Asia markets. I mean, the Asia market pumped more into or moved price up. Then we made the high during London, and oh wait, here we had a full day here as well, pretty much. So all of the markets were up here, and then we started to move down during London. So yeah, all of the markets had their share. 397. Let's see what London and New York will do. Yeah, New York is now open as well. RNDR, is it good? Actually, I don't know RNDR, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, Fabian. Cost didn't dump, huh? Is that a sign? Some alts are crazy. Some will dump much more than Bitcoin. Others are just like nothing happens. Welcome to 2024. Exactly. Happy New Year. To start your year using AI tools. If I read this one more time, I probably have to put your account on not reading, because it's difficult to know if this is marketing or actually just you writing. Because I have a great habit of making people invisible on the channel. But welcome, Ainsley. So some people might use the tools, some people not, but that's up to them, of course. Mooncat, welcome. How are you doing? Robin, hello. New to the channel. Can you explain how you would go about learning Elliott? Yes. I love this question. Learning Elliott Waves, start with the free stuff. That's always my recommendation. Of course, I also have a course if people want to learn, but I always recommend do not just start with free. Depends on how much time you have and how much feedback you want and all that stuff, right? But if you were starting out, I would do exactly the same as I would have done, which is start with the free sources in the description, which is this website over here. It's free, right? I'm not affiliated by whatever. It's just an open website, and you can just check it out. Lots of info. That's the more detailed link. And then you have this link as well, Elliott Wave TAF. Just like, more info. But I recommend starting with the previous one, so the Elliott Wave detailed link. And then if you want more info, you can also go to Elliott Wave Tough. But you'll probably be stuck with this website for a good 2-3 months, maybe even longer, because you need to learn all the different structures and then eventually get to probabilities, which is a next level. And I mean, and if you look for more guidance and stuff, feel free to join Gold, where I have an Elliott Wave course as well, and how I use more and more of the tools I use as well. And we do feedback and Q&A streams where people share their charts and stuff. Tonight, actually. Daryl Anderson, my pleasure. What's up, Rosmi? How are you doing? Hitam, welcome. Gwendy Zoo, welcome. Look at the boys joining. Siggy, just found your channel. Looking forward to see your TA. Welcome, my friend. Oh, by the way, for everyone joining, we're now already for a while in the chatting session. The technical analysis was at the beginning of the live stream. I completely forgot to say this a couple of times. Maybe I have to actually put it as a comment in the chat. 1 second. We are now in the chatting, how do you always say it, session? Okay, let me post this. Whoops, move to the downside. Up a lot. Click on the, there we go. Pin the message. Ta-da. I see, yeah, okay. Wick or flat, this is where we were. Price hit stop loss, then go to the target. Yeah, everyone always has at least one of these experiences, right? You can't trade crypto and not have this for once. I'm a newbie, so your info is much from Australia. Wow, Australian, very late indeed. It's 4 p.m. here, so it must be like close to 12. First of all, welcome, and of course, by the time you're going to wake up, probably there's another update. 7 p.m. Central European Time. I will provide another update in 3 hours. I don't know how much it will change from this video, but this stream. But welcome, man. Yostek, how you doing? There he is. Sorry I'm so late. No need to say sorry. Wave C down. Currently the higher probability unless the 618 gets hit here. You're correct, Salim. I just woke up in a bloodbath of the whole crypto industry. I know, right? We already covered that trend gut. Thanks, Kunz, for the opportunity, guys. We're a really good group to be around. Love your spirit. Glad to find your channel. Even met you on a personal level in Diamond. Yeah. I love talking to, in Diamond, we have the chatting sessions on Discord, webcam, just chilling. It's great. So, yeah. Thanks for being around TrendGut since October already, and your trust and confidence as well. And staying now as a Diamond legend. So he can go to gold or silver in the memberships, but remain a diamond, as he was diamond or is diamond for longer than 3 months now. I'm blue, labadi, labada, wait for 3K, then 52. And that would be something. I'm not a day trader, I'm sure it'll be some other. Yeah, Yostek has a good day. That's what we like to see. Thank you, man. Love your streams. Can we hit 38K? Yes, there is the potential. We take it step by step, of course, but we do have interesting targets here. And as long as the 618 isn't hit, probabilities are higher to continue down in an impulse. And we wait for a range now to give more info, right? We don't YOLO or FOMO into what has happened. Personal, I speak to myself, of course, in a way. Depends on your strategy. But yeah, just waiting patiently on more information. But 38K is definitely an area of interest. Brother, you said that you're waiting for a range after the long wick, even down or up. How can range direction give you a vision? Because of the waves, because of the local waves. So I think a great example of this is the range at the high. So price here moved to the upside, right? And we had two scenarios. We had the ABC, or we had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what do we wait for? After a potential C or a potential 3, we want to see a range. The reason that we want to see a range is because price will form structures that can give us local probabilities for up or down, right? And that then impacts the probabilities of ABC or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in my morning video, when price was still here, the local, so medium time frame, low time frame was neutral. Local was looking for the low. And on the micro, we were thinking about, okay, we might have an ABC and then look for a move back up, but that depends on the reaction. Locally, the probability was higher for a move down. So that is what we were looking for, no? But that is only based on new info, because in a wave, so the main difference, right? If you look for an ABC or a 1, 2, 3, your difference is your 4. In an impulse, you want to see a wave 4 and a 5, another high on lower volume. While in a wave C, you're going to tag the 618, which then invalidates your 4. And that depends on observing the reaction, but we found no support whatsoever. We triggered the invalidation for a wave 4 as well, and probabilities just tanked for a move towards the down, or moved up for a move towards the downside, which is what we got to the lower end of the range that we're in as well, no? So this is how you wait patiently for a new range. Now, from an Elliott Wave point of view, is what if one would trade Elliott Waves, there was a solid opportunity here to, like, probabilities. Remember when we were making videos around New Year's Eve, probabilities were higher for a move up. And price here, also bullish CVD divergences. Remember, for the ones that were there, bullish CVD as well, right? That helps. Eventually, price moves up. The probabilities mainly increase for a move up after this high here, because then this became a 3-wave structure instead of a 5-wave move, which increases probabilities to see upside later. So that was nice. But then probabilities are for a move towards the upside, right? So yes, one maybe enters over here from an Elliott Wave point of view. You didn't catch the low. Who cares, right? You get to move to the upside. You wait for another range. Ah, damn, locally probabilities are now switching to a move to the downside. Okay, exit somewhere here. Is that a nice move? I think that's a nice move. I don't have to catch the low. I don't have to exit the high. I want to catch the 60%. Well, a solid move in my book. And that is where the ranges help. You got a quick move down here. We wait for a range. Of course, we had the bullish CVDs helping us as well. But eventually, after a bit of a range, that is when you can reassess the probabilities, and that it just helps, right? So I don't know how much info we will have, of course, tonight, and what will happen very locally when I give an update at 7 p.m. But yeah, we just remain patient, and that's why we look for the ranges. Sorry. Even Moville, thank you, man. 3 hours of grounded gold already. You've been grinding the content, eh? Love to hear it. I'm gonna restructure the gold course. Actually, make an order like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in order of making the videos, and then in the playlist, you know. So there's small improvements with the structure, I suppose. But yeah, good that you've been grinding. Oranje. Hi there, or Orange Uurwerk, welcome. Douwe, New York has opened in 5 minutes. Oh shit, I'm 35 minutes late with my text. Let me quickly, Shober, what's up, how you doing? Where's your support area? Well, theoretically we are here at support, value area low as well. And then below this, it's this golden box between basically 39 and 38.6. But as it stands, we just wait for a local range, and we touch the support there. Now CME, yes. RVP, best advice when you enter crypto trading: first, study first. Second, backtest, master your strategy. Yes, yes. Third, follow your trading plan. Yes, always forward, put your big capital. Only 1 or 2%. Yes, 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 yes. Check, check, check. Good message. Screenshot, hang it above your bed. And start, yeah. So start with low capital. Yeah. 40.6k may not re-hit. Is that not stop fishing? It's just liquidity, you know. I mean, some people will call it manipulation, others call it stop fishing. I just call it liquidity, which liquidity equals usually stops as well, and you know, where you can have bigger liquidity to offload to bigger positions. So there's many terms, but yeah, it's the search of liquidity. Could it be fair to see it's a combination of both? I mean, in the end, it's the same theory, just a different word. I never really like to blame. So manipulation, stop fishing. I usually use the word liquidity myself, because you can imagine, right? What happens in the market? We have not seen a solid market structure change for a while, of course. So we go up and up and up and up, and people are longing, more, leverage. And what do? They move their stop loss up. We get a big move down. Probably some people got stopped here, of course. But then you have the people that move their stop up. They move their stop up. Oh, we're breaking out of the range. They move their stop up. They just got triggered. So the stops got taken. So yeah, I mean, but it's also just liquidity, and it also makes sense if you know what I mean, right? Same over here. This move down took the lows of this range. price trailing their stop loss, trail, another pump, trail, another, or we get a pump, put stop here, get another pump, put stop here, price moves down, oh, I'm stopped. But hopefully you had a lot of profit before that happened. But it just makes sense because price has been moving up and up and up and up, and people are over leveraged, and sometimes you need these moves for a healthy market. This is healthy. This is absolutely normal. Also, the funding fees are still very high, by the way. So yeah, manipulation, stop fishing. I just like to call it liquidity, as it's a neutral terminology that doesn't put blame on external factors that I cannot control. Let's say price went down, took the low. Will there be enough to be finishing ABC flat? Well, if this is your ABC, we took the low of A, right? And we also hit the target area for a wave C. The problem is we don't have to have a 5-wave structure, and C needs to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got to be waiting for a wave 4 sideways consolidation and then another 5. If you look for a C, if this becomes a 3-wave structure, right, ABC, because price moves up and hits a 0.618, that is when we got to think about other scenarios. How about local CVD? Good stream, amount of views. Thanks, MX Nick. Appreciate it. Usually CVD after a very big dump or very big pump for me is not really trustworthy until we get a bigger range. Yeah, so it's difficult to say. This is the 3-minute time frame on the CVD. Oh, higher low in price, much lower low, of course, on yellow, but it doesn't yet mean too much for me because we have so little information. On blue we have bearish, lower high, higher high. Yeah, so it's very difficult to make any conclusions. That is why also here, wait for a bigger range. Hey, bigger bearish CVD. We also had some bullish one. The bearish ones were on the right side of the recent high, carry some more probabilities. The bullish one was with an order block. The bearish one had solid moves to the downside, so a bit more structure. And it's too little info for me. Would you be awkward sharing your macro Elliott Wave viewpoint? Bruno, welcome, first of all. And I have a whole video on the macro, which is in the playlist, Cycle Macro. I actually think I didn't change the name of my playlist. It's probably called Macro and High Time Frame on my channel. And what I do is Cycle, Macro, and High Time Frame videos there. So that is the main place to check the macro stuff and the cycle stuff that I'm looking at. Friends, once again, of course, I already saw it coming in earlier, but welcome, man. Thanks for joining Gold. Welcome to the Gold team. Thanks for your information. My pleasure. What was that? A baller wave 5 failure? Wave 5 failure. I'm not sure if you mean the top here, but this currently has higher probabilities of being a 3-wave structure compared to a truncated 5, because a truncated 5 is very rare. Very, very rare. So that is why first other scenarios are preferred over a truncated 5th. I was seeing with delay. Just saw you did it. Cool. Thank you for the fancy explanation of what is going on. My pleasure, Mr. Friends. Core Vision. We are going to close the CME BTC cap at 38K. Potential. XRP USDT price analysis another time. Currently focusing on Bitcoin only, which I usually do. When you check weekly graph, you observe there is no way BTC moves up before retesting. Can you check that, please? Do you expect such movement? First of all, Mark Dutch coming in after the holiday period with some presents to the community. Thanks, Mark, for your support. Really appreciate that. I think that's the second time ever on the channel someone gifted subs to other people in the group. So Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that, man. Happy New Year to you as well. What a way to start the year. Big dump on Bitcoin. Over like 500 people watching on a channel that has, I don't know how many subs we have now. We had 5.8, 5.8 something. But yeah, gifted subs as well. What's up, Mark? Thanks a lot, man. Puts a smile on my face. Mr. Friends, TXM, Trengot, Mark, what's up? Of course, let me actually quickly check. So I don't yet, I have to see. I don't know, of course, what membership, but guys over here, if you are bronze members now, send me an email. I tend to do this. Send me an email with your YouTube username, Discord username, Telegram username, because I will move you into silver for a month in case you are gifted bronze, because bronze doesn't do anything. So I will move that to silver. So you actually get some benefit, really. Thanks, Anne. We're almost there. We're almost at the bottom. Shoo, I've been doing a job and a half here. Mr. Friends, that's where we were. TXM. Bogdan, I know the logo. I don't have to look. I don't have to look at my screen. That's 100% Bogdan with 5 gifted. I don't have to. I don't have to look. 100%. 1, 2, 3. Bogdan gifting 5. I know the logo. Oh, of course, of Mark as well, by the way, because you guys are here very often. But jeez, what's up? Same. Wait, Mark. Mark got gifted, deserved. Mark, wait, same with you. Genji, 100x leverage. Jen, Polar Bearman, by the way, also very often here in the chat. Good to see. Isam Henui, as well as Mark, Atlan, Angel, Avon Mouville, Larry Jurken, Mike, and Mark. Well, Mark, you're already in there. Send me an email with your kunstrading@outlook.com. You can find my email in the about section as well. But YouTube username, Discord username, Telegram, and I can add you everywhere. Wow, what a crazy start! Thanks, guys, for your support. That's nuts. That's crazy. What a weird way to start 2024. For it, like having 500 viewers earlier today, realizing that is like 1/9 or 1/8 of the total channel size it's nuts. So 5.8k subs when we start, and then 500 views. I mean, that's also because of it's because of the move down. It's the emotions. It's not, whoa, the channel is so amazing. It's just that emotions. People Google, people YouTube, and they find the channel. But hopefully they enjoy it. Hopefully you, as a viewer, enjoy your time here, and you learn a thing or two, or your emotions are like diminished, or your emotions lowered down, if you know what I mean. You calm down while being here as well. Should we expect a bigger move down soon? I mean, it's a bit of a solid retracement. Currently, what my expectation is just a range. Waiting for a range. We got a nice wick here as well. Wait for a range that will give us the most info, but as long as the 618 isn't hit, we are looking for continuation down. So the 618 should be hit then before taking the low. That's the moment probabilities change for either a bigger corrective structure or continuation up. But what we are always looking for after a big move is a range. We wait for a range, locally consolidation, as that will give us more information, just like here at the high. We got a solid move up. We wait for a range. Probabilities change locally, right? This morning video to look for new lows. And then we observe the reaction. There was no reaction. So Justin, what's up? How you doing? Justin Chu, Red and Black Poker Club. Used to be his name in Discord. He now changed it to Justin. So Justin was in Malaysia. He's from Malaysia, and he was in Malaysia waiting for fireworks. He was in the city. I don't know exactly what city, but big city. there with his wife, you know, wanting to look for the fireworks, wait for the fireworks. 12 hits, no fireworks. Man, that sucks. Bruno Castro, welcome. Join Koens Diamonds worth more than normal bucks here. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate your support, my friend. Justin is a diamond himself. CME gap at 39k, yeah, which is the same area as my golden box. This one here, but I don't check CME. Mine is based on volume. We have point of control from 2021, point of control from a high time frame range in, I think it was just early 2022. Daily naked point of control. I don't know about the golden pocket because price moved up, so let me remove this. But solid bit of support. Definitely expect some sort of reaction there. Mr. X, Happy New Year. Good to see you here. Welcome. Great kerstdagen. Happy New Year. Goed nieuwjaar. Beste wensen. I play Trackmania professionally. That's what you'll see online as well. It's a race game. Not Dota, League of Legends, Counter-Strike. You know, I'm a racer. I'm a racing guy. Wanted to be Max Verstappen, but I never, didn't have the money, and my parents didn't let me because they found it dangerous. At least my mom, but they also didn't have the money, and they got me racing games, and yep, that's how it started. Wop, doing math. Albert from Switzerland, what's up? How you doing? Nice ski area. Who can survive long term with these crashes? With tight stop loss, you also get wrecked long term. Depends on your plan. My stop loss is based on my strategy and my plan and works very nicely for me. And what is tight? For some people, that's 2%, 5% can be a tight stop loss if you are, maybe a big swing trader or depending on your strategy. For some people, tight is 0.1% for the scalpers. So very much depends on your strategy. How can you long term survive? Well, I mean, I don't call this a crash, really. It's a bit of a dump, but probabilities were higher for a move to the downside. So, like if you're on the good side, it's a beautiful move. If you're on the wrong side, it's a problem. But of course, sometimes you miss move. Sometimes you'll have losers. Hopefully, you have more winners. The main thing is that even if you have a win rate, even if you have a win rate of 50%, which means out of 100 trades, you are losing 50, and you risk 1%, and you've done your statistics, you have your strategy, you have a 50% win rate. If you trade a 1 to 2 or a 1 to 3, you are a profitable trader. If you trade a 1 to 3 with a 50% win rate, you are a very profitable trader. So it's about creating a strategy based on data with your favorite tools, and the data will help you to not care about the dumps here, or maybe even be part of it. So it's not difficult at all to survive trading with moves like this. If you lost a trade here, well, it's one of the 50, one of the 40, one of the 30, depending on your win rate, one of the 60. You just have another losing trade. The main thing is you have to survive by having good risk management, which means a solid stop loss and a low percent risk of your portfolio preferably. So I risk 1%. So if I lose, I risk 1%. If I win, I gain 3%. My plan is 1 to 3. So yeah, surviving is based on risk management. That is how you survive. And risk management comes from creating a strategy. I've never heard this stuff. We just hit targets. Side. Sophos, what's up, by the way? And we dumped, that's all. Yeah, a bit of a dump. It happens. We just observe, keep observing. Matic, Ordi. Not doing others at the moment. No stress till support is broken. Don't panic at all. Yeah, and no panic in general. I mean, look, Bitcoin is a nice tradable asset, right? You can trade it at 100K, you can trade it at 10K. Of course, if you're long-term invested, you don't want it to go to 10K. But as a trader, day trader, you shouldn't care where price is. The only thing you care about is volatility. If you are an investor or you look for long-term gains by DCing and stuff, well, of course, you don't like big moves to the downside and all that stuff. But as a day trader, this is great. Yeah, because this is what you want. And I don't care if Bitcoin trades at 10K or 100K, as long as I get moves, I'm a happy guy. Mark, there he is. Happy New Year, man. Good to see you here. Hoi Koen, ik ga je volgen, ben benieuwd naar je thea. Welkom, Michael. Welkom. Thanks voor het volgen. Thanks for subscribing. Almost 250K likes. That's also the most we ever had. Jeez. Look at you as well. Why you consider hitting, it was not mentioned in the book, Elliott Wave Forced. So when you learn more and more about Elliott Waves, first of all, in the book, depends on the book you get, but not everything is really covered. And so they cover all the scenarios and they cover all like some retracement targets, right? But not all, like for a wave 4, they don't really say 236, 382, 05, right? Or wave 2. They usually say deep, shallow. They talk about the patterns. But the more experience you get and more you read and more you learn, that is when things change. The wave 4 common targets is 236, 382, 05. Very rare for a wave 4 to retrace to the 0.146. Very rare, very shallow. And the 618 is so incredibly rare, I use it as an invalidation. I've never seen a wave 4 going to a 618 yet. If it goes to a 618 and it moves back up, it's a 2. You can expect a bigger move, which is always the case. So with a 618, you know it's a common, so this is where probabilities matter. The golden pocket is a common target for 2, for a B, for an X, right? It's a rare target for a wave 4. So probabilities wise, it makes a lot more sense. The 618 is part of another structure than a wave 4. In general as well, talking probabilities, it is a rare target, very rare. Why do I even say rare? It's like non-existent for a wave 4, based on, you know, all the experience, seeing it over and over again. Keep learning, keep reading. In the book, they don't really say too much about the fibs and the targets, and you know. So that is where your experience also matters. Same with the 886, by the way. An 886 touch is very rare for a wave 2. It's a target for a 2, but it's incredibly rare. Why? Because the probabilities are higher. It's a B or an X, because the 886 for a B or X are common, while for a wave 2 it's rare. Wave 2 is common, 05 to 786. The moment it hits an 886, probabilities change. So we talk a lot about this in my videos as well, where if price hits the 886 retracement, probabilities are higher. The next move is a C or Y if it does create a next move. And then it moves. So for example, as an example here, if you get a move down and you get a retracement to the 886, right? Take a fib. Get the 886 on. Let's do this. So the 886 is touched. What you will see very often is price retracing to the golden pocket before either continuation or a move down. That depends on the reaction at the golden pocket. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. You see this so often, so I also talk about it often. 886 hit, move back to the golden pocket happens often, and then you either go up or you go down. Now, any move down now has a higher probability of being a C or a Y, because the 886 is common for B or X, rare for 2. So with that in mind, you then expect, even if you get a move down, you expect this to be a C or Y, increasing probabilities to move back up later. We had a great example, by the way, of this morning, after the video, by the way. So, here, I'll move this. Let me open this as well. I don't have to say anything anymore. The guys in silver know. I put down here the 886. That's this one. Now any move down has a higher probability of being C or Y, taken from the low to the high, this fib, increasing probabilities that even if you move down, you take the high later. Man, it's so beautiful. So you won't read about, like, it's not put in the book or you know, like, it's not put like that in the book, if you know what I mean. But once your experience grows, you know, like it doesn't say BRX 886 common rare for 2, but that's based on all the information you're going to study. You can make those links yourself because you know the targets for a BRX. If you study Elliott waves, you know that a common target is the 886, and you know it's rare for a wave 2, which then automatically means, hey, probabilities change. Hey, that means the next move is a C or Y higher probability, which, hey, means we're going to higher probability to go back up later to take the high, which then happened and was the beginning of the move down. So yeah, it's of course, it's all probabilities. There's no certainties in trading. It's all probabilities, but experience in the market and seeing patterns happening over and over and over again really help as an Elliott wave guy. So yeah. Bearish case, large macro, I suppose you mean. Preferably this is, at the moment I would still say this is a wave B top or corrective top for still some higher to go on a macro level, right? Daily, weekly, even actually weekly. And then the macro bearish would be 8 to 11K, but we're far away from that, right? We can't. So we take it step by step. Hoi Kun, what's up, Nick? Finally a nice retracement. Hey, yeah, having fun. I do. That's what we like to see sometimes. Crypto bull sniper Bart Simpson's pattern. Oh yeah, Simpson. I've heard about that one. Move up, the spikes of his hair, and then a move down. Yeah, it's nice. Binge drinking. Nowadays I call it liquidity grab. I like that one. That's why I stopped calling my behavior binge drinking. It's called liquidity grab. It's true. Liquidity grab. Yeah, some liquidity, some water. 5-min CVD building. With the low, so any CVDs with a big wick low are less trustworthy. So be careful with the CVDs. That's also why I prefer a bigger range. What's up, perse? How you doing, man? What is your target of the impulse setup down? Well, if we're looking for a wave C in a flat, right, can be quite extended, but this is your target area, which we have touched, but we didn't have a wave 4 yet. If we look for an impulse C, 1, 2, 3, we need a 4 and a 5. Golden box, very interesting. This is the target area for wave A being here. It's a little bit questionable if A is here or on the left, but if it's on the left, your target moves down with your deepest target being 34. Your most common target will then change to 36.5, 38.9. But then likely that the probabilities then increase that this is only your first structure of a bigger corrective structure that you're going to be in. Where this is, if this turns out with a 4 and a 5 in a flat, probabilities increase. That's the bullish scenario. That this is a W or an A, preferably W, for then another X and a Y. So lower prices later. So basically a big range to start 2024. But we do need a 4 and a 5 for that to happen at the moment. Thanks again, Mark Dutch. Or just Mark. Mark Dutch. Wait, 6K? Are we at 6K? Holy moly. That would be ridiculous. We started the stream with 5,000. I don't know. It's in the description of the stream, the number that we started with, 5,843 or something. Ooh, holy shit. $5,840 this morning. 6,033. 34. Okay. We add whoever you are, we'll add you. Holy shit. You can see the thank the guy for clicking, but you can see the line. That's ridiculous for the channel size. You can see it's very consistent, a little bit of a bump, and then you have bloop. Wow. That's crazy. Thanks everyone for subbing. I hope I can learn you a thing or two in your trading career, and maybe help you with some things as well. You can 38, 39. Okay, we won't keep this on, but I'll keep it in the corner of my eye. But what a crazy start of 2024. Thanks everyone for your support on the channel. Holy moly, 6,039. We started with 5.840, so that's 200 people. 200 of you clicking the button. That's crazy. Let me move this now. 6,040. I know. I've seen you. 41. I I see you clicking the button. Of course, I don't know who you are, but I thank you. Welcome. Hopefully you'll have a good stay as well. We do more live streams, usually a couple of times a week. They're not really planned, but you will see it in the notifications. Bogdan, of course, as well. Thanks for gifting the 5, man. Number 42 coming in as well. Appreciate it. Guys, send me an email, all right? Kunstrading at outlook.com with your YouTube, Discord, Telegram username. So I can get you in silver. Mister, this man will have 10k subs in no time, no kappa. One of the most hard-working guys. Thanks, Mister. Yeah, we'll see. Usually I don't really focus too much on the numbers. I like to put the subscriber number in the description of every new video, because it shows the story of the channel, if you know what I mean. If you would go back to my oldest videos, that's where I already started, and you will see the subscriber count being like 60 and 100, 200. You know, it shows the story of the channel. So I always write down the sub amount in the description. But I don't tend to really focus too much on the numbers, as I focus on the quality of the content, primarily, and then the numbers. Look, every subscriber is a person, which sometimes can be difficult to realize, because it's a person clicking the button, right? Wow, 6,046. I see it just keeps going. Thanks, guys. But yeah, thanks. 10k, we'll see. It. I'm not in a hurry. It's if there are 10,000 people that enjoy the content and you know they came in touch with my channel and they appreciate or they want to sub, then we will reach it. So yeah, we'll see what 2024 brings. Maybe it brings us to the 10k. My fiance took me for dinner when we had 1,000 subscribers. She took me for dinner at 5k subscribers, and the next dinner is at 10k. She likes to celebrate the things. I'm less attached to it, but she likes to celebrate it. And the next dinner will be at 10k. So hey, help me to a dinner with my fiance, future wifey. In March, by the way, she will be my wife. Talking about that. Bogdan, your content is invaluable. Thanks, man. Thanks for your support. Mark getting the sub. The membership. Wow, subbing is so Twitch. What's up? That's a nice karma, eh? That's a beautiful karma. Like, give 5, get. How about that? Stream is popping off. Yeah, of course it's cooling down now as price is ranging, which is absolutely normal. We have currently 169 views, it says. Nice. So yeah, cannot believe how long this stream is. Quality stuff. Yeah, for the VOD viewers, they're gonna have an issue. 4 hours and 1 minute stream. We've been at it. So of course the beginning was the chatting session or the analysis, and now we're just chatting, but answering questions. And yeah, 4 hours, that's a new record as well. 4 hours, 1 minute and 30 seconds. So holy moly. But I'm really used to streaming because of Twitch in the past when I was live streaming as a pro gamer. And then of course you have long sessions as well because you're training, you're playing. So yeah, it only feels natural, which also means I'm already standing behind my desk for 4 hours, which is good. Yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks to either Mark or Bogdan for the gifted. Arno, goedemiddag. What's up? How you doing? Hit the like. Rasmi, 38.99. Arguably, if you look for the 100K, I would like probably a retracement to the 32, 33, but definitely a deeper retracement. But arguably not yet. If we move down to, let's say, a 38 now, it would be okay, but I'd still be looking for lower prices if we look for a wave 3, and if we do go up before hitting like 35 to 32, 48.52 is important resistance. I'd be looking for a rejection there, big, preferably deep retracement, 35, 32, and then up. Yeah, high time frame count. Nice. Used to play a lot of Sega Rally Championship. Of course I played. I probably played most of the race games in the past until I came in touch with Trackmania, which is when I started to focus. But oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Crash is healthy correction. Correct. No ups without downs. Correct. That's right. Xerox, thank you for your opinion. My pleasure, Xerox. What do you think on daily XDB chain? Currently not focusing on the altcoins, only Bitcoin. Also, this channel is mainly focused on Bitcoin. We do sometimes do altcoins, but we only do altcoins if Bitcoin is doing absolutely nothing. But at the moment, we have this move down. Now, I mean, after the move down, it starts to do nothing. But of course, now the focus is still Bitcoin and answering the questions here. Larger Caballero, the daily red candle body is now just $50 from the 1 and the 11th is in flash crash. Let's see what the close tells us. Yeah, it will be interesting to see the close. Indeed. It will very likely at the moment, as it stands, be a red close. Where did it open? We opened here. 45. 6K subs party time. Yeah, I know, right? 6,046 of you people pressing that button. Holy moly. That's incredible. 6K party time. Yeah. 10K is going to be bigger party. Man, I have to think about what I do. Like, what do you do if if my channel would hit 10K, then what? Probably maybe some sort of like giveaways or, yeah, I don't really have an announcement yet. Kun, you said you need 7K at the end of the month, right? Oh wait, subs. No. That's like on average currently with the channel size we have, the average growth of the channel per month is between like 450 and 530 subscribers. That's like the range. But now we had 200 in one day, so I don't know about this month, if you know what I mean. But 7K in a month, very unlikely, because then we need another 1,000, or well, 954 to be exact, which is that would be an unheard of month. Like Price has to do very crazy stuff for that to happen, and you guys as well. What do you think on Agi at the moment? Not going into the altcoins. 6K, yeah. Thanks, Mark, for the 6K subs. Basically, Mark made 6K accounts and subbed on my channel. What are the targets for wave 4? Depends on the size of the wave 4, right? So, so in this, let me go to the 12. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Then your target was the 236, already hit. Arguably, this is the high of your 5, but currently not high probabilities. Probabilities are higher. This is a B high, and it's a corrective move down, C. Could lead to a bigger corrective structure. We'll get there in a second. Now, for a wave 4, this range now currently A, B, C. If this becomes a flat, this wave 4 is incredibly long to your wave 2, which lowers the probabilities. That this move down is still part of a wave 4. You're almost at the 5 fib time, and you would lower, if this is an ABC flat, you still want a 4 and a 5 as well. So arguably your low is going to be made after the 5 pip time, which is not really what you like to see for wave 4 in the same degree as 2. Meaning wave 4 generally is not 5 or 6 times longer than 2 in time. So that lowers the probabilities of this being a 4. So in the most bearish scenario, this is your 4, this is your 5, but that doesn't have the highest probability at the moment, because then you have an expanding diagonal for your wave 5, which is very rare, especially on the time frame we're working at. Expanding diagonals in general are very rare, and your wave 5 is a lot longer than your wave 1 as well in time and price. Now an alternative for the wave 4 is this one, but then we're looking for a bigger range, right? Big 1, then we have 2, 3, long 4, 5, or long 4, it's shorter than the 2. But then we look for this flat, potential flat, to be a 3-wave structure in an A or W, then a B or X, and then a C or Y. Because we then want this wave 4 to end after the 382, which is positioned on the 31st of January this year. And with this move down, we will never reach the 382. So then I'd be looking for a bigger structure. And then get a 5 up, 52.48, very interesting. And then reject, maybe even higher. And then moving down for a correction would be nice. So, oh, by the way, target for this wave 4, 40k to 34.8. That was the question. Doing a lot of chatting, a lot of talking, and then forgetting about actually answering the question. 6047, you guys. You like my background, by the way. It's a nice car, no? Whoa, I'm at the bottom. Crazy. It's going parabolic, yeah, to the downside today. Hopefully to the upside again one day, no? Macro. Leroy, right content at the right time. I mean, it kind of, so I always upload a video at 1 p.m. and basically the dump started at 12 when I prepare the content for 1. And I was like, well, as price is moving, let me just go live anyway. Instead of a video, because the moment I see volume coming in, I also know there's emotions. I know in Discord there's going to be emotions, and I prefer to go live and calmly talk to people so that calms them down, you know what I mean, than a video where you're done in 10 minutes. You can't engage with people, right? You can't answer questions, you can't interact, you can't help people, emotions. So I prefer to go live during big moves, and it was the right time as well. Yes, that's also correct. That might be an easier answer. Target for wave 4, 236, 302.05, 618 invalidation. And a 146, very rare. Just keep sharing Koen's channel, guys. Thanks, Mark. Oh. Mr. Admin, one day, no? Rai, Koen, you're a great host. Thanks for being live the last few hours. Everyone subscribe, hit the like. Thanks, Rai. Thanks for being here as well. You're new to the channel. At least your first message was today. She sounds like a keeper. She is. I mean, put a ring on it, no? Yeah, she is. She is. We're going to marry on the 9th of March in South Africa. That's where she's from. Cape Town. So, oh yeah. That's going to be quite a day. Yep, definitely a keeper. Karma USDT. Exactly. Good karma. You got good karma. It's a weekly spinning top. A weekly spinning top. I'm not too... Oh, is this also not called like... What are all those... So I don't trade the candlestick patterns, right? A dead man... Wait, I need to... First of all, maybe put a light on as well. That's better. 1 second, I'm gonna check my notebook. I have. Very nice. One of my first ever notebooks where I started my journey of trading. So it's a very old one, this one. Yeah. Look at this. Crypto, sorry for my handwriting, Crypto Technische Analyse boekje. I wrote it in Dutch. Crypto Technical Analysis book. And it has, so what's in this thing is also candlestick patterns. So I have on page 4, Japanese candlestick charts, bullish reversal patterns, bearish reversal patterns. Yeah, you can have a look as well. Yeah, let me just quickly show you how my life started. Maybe for someone it's inspiring in a way. 3 movements of the market. Let me tell you, what are the 3 movements of the market? Oh, here. The 3 movements: sideways, up, or down. That's how it starts, everyone. That's how I started. Stock market, discount, la la la. Japanese candlesticks. You can just read it for yourself. No, CME, RSI, double top, and all that stuff. MACD, money flow, wave trend, flats. Oh, there we go. Flats. Some Elliott waves coming in. Not yet. When I was doing this, didn't yet check Elliott waves. Let's see, candlesticks, page 4. Kind of forgot them because I don't use them anymore. Look, this is how you start. Japanese candlestick, body, shadow. I don't know, I call it wick nowadays. Why did I call it shadows? Shows the difference between the opening and closing price. Shadow shows how high or low the prices were in that time period. Yep. It's like going to uni. Like going to uni, man. Sometimes it's so nice to look back at where it started. Hammer, bullish engulfing, morning star. Oh, we could have a shooting star, but then to the downside, of course, right? On a weekly. But we need lower prices for that. Evening star, bearish engulfing. Oh, and then I went to the RSI. Yeah. Ah, the good old times. Good old times. Yeah. I've been learning Elliott Wave from another YouTube called Moonchart. Maybe you know him, and it's nice to see people having same counts as me. Gives me a great feeling. I don't know Moonchart, but it's good that he also teaches and helps people with Elliott Waves. And it's always nice if other people have similar counts. I suppose that at a certain level, you don't tend to check too much of what others do because it can also negatively influence your count. But generally, when you know a couple of good channels, people, Twitters have overlap in their counts, it's something to watch. You mean a hangman? Yep, might be. Yeah, hangman could be a hangman. Yeah, possibly. Long leg doji, many names. Also 7 crypto. Nice that you've been learning in general. Larger Caballero, 6K feet on Bitcoin's 15th birthday. Nice and many congrats. Yeah, I know, right? We'll never forget this day. Start of 2024, everyone. Why did we drop today? Over leverage longs, shorts, market shorts coming in, absorption of market longs, a little bit of news. Was a good mix of everything. Mark Dutch, flats, lots of flats. Yeah, I know. Lots of flats. That's how we do, exactly. Lots of flats. Hey, Rondelwa, what's up? How you doing? Rondelwa is also a diamond. Wait. He's a diamond legend. He's not a diamond anymore. He's a diamond legend. If you're watching but you didn't check out the membership options, take a look in the top tier diamond group. You get to see Koen's actual trading strategy. That is correct. Rondelwa has been there since the beginning, because when the channel started, he was there very, very early on. He is one of the first 100 people that joined Discord as well. Is my man online here? Yes, he is. So he is one of the 100, which means, oh, you can barely see it. Wait. He's one of the 100, which is a title that the 100 first joiners of the Discord group received. So he's one of the 100, and the moment memberships opened, he was there. Diamond opened, he was there, and now he's Diamond Legend today. Yeah, awesome. Thanks for your support and confidence and trust, man. Speak to you soon again, by the way. Actual strategy, that's correct. That's what we do in Diamond. Yeah, wow. What a crazy day. Price moving down, subscribers moving up. How's that for confluence? If your Trackmania days, did you try beating Deep Fear? I could have known this question would like came. But my Trackmania days, my friend, were before. So in the community, you can ask virtual, spam, whoever your stream you watch. Ask for Koens, just a name that I have here. And if you want to be more accurate, Acer Koens, the computer brand Acer. That was the team I played for. But Koens should do, and they will know. I'm one of the classics, my friend. I have never been a pro in Trackmania 2020. I was there during Trackmania ESWC, which launched in 2006. Played professionally from 2007 to 2017, 18, 16, 17, 18. And went to the World Championships in 2013, 14, 15, 16. Got third in 13. And that's why I have a nice big check the other Yeah, millions of prize pool. No, just 1.5k. But I was happy. I was happy. It got me to where I am today. TM2 Stadium. That's the game that came out in 2010 or 11-ish. Electronic Sports World Cup, ESWC in Paris. Was great. Was good. I should hang that thing actually at a given moment. But yeah, Deep Fear. I'm not that actively playing. I do sometimes. Maybe I have to relax more. But I love my work, which I suppose it's my hobby. My work is my hobby. My hobby is my work. I really enjoy what I'm doing, so I prefer spending time working. Yeah. I do watch the streams, and I watch people play Deep Fear, and I watch the shortcuts, and I know the story. Deep Fear 2 is coming soon, by the way, as well. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I keep up to date with what's happening, but I don't play too much myself. The moment I won another cup of the day in Division 1, that's the moment where I think that's like one of the last days I played. Bit of a move. Let's put the fib back on the chart. I see I removed it. It's an important one though. Golden pocket. Yeah, we might get a bit of an ABC here instead of a impulse to the downside, which then changes the local scenario. But that is also what we're looking for, right? After you get the move to the downside, like shorting here, I mean, what does one do? Then you short at support. Wait for a range, and if there's then a short opportunity, that would be a much safer option. The shorts were taken here, no? Price moves down, no FOMO, no YOLO, no catching knives. We just remain patient, and if price hits the 618, it invalidates a wave 4, becomes very unlikely, which means we're going to be looking for a 3-wave structure here, and then an ABC. It's not there yet, right? But we keep an eye on it. And the moment the 618 is hit, increased probabilities for a 3-wave ABC, which then changes the scenario. So then I have some work to do for 7 p.m. as well. But at the moment, we're not there yet. We are below the 05, and the 05 is a common target for a wave 4. Wicking above the 05 is also no problem. So we just keep this on the chart here. That's why I put it back on for the people that came in later. Basically, throughout the whole stream, after we had this move down and we reached support, we've been keeping these on the chart and talking about the patience for a range, keeping an eye on the 618. And yeah, can we consider the possibility that wave 4 may take a short period of time because wave 2 has taken a long time? I mean, wave 2, so this is also compared to your wave 1, right? Your wave 2 is only long or short in comparison to its impulsive wave, which is wave 1. Oh. And your wave 2 is about the same length as your wave 1, which is absolutely fine for wave 2, so that's okay. But even for a wave 4, even if it is a shorter wave 4, right, then this would be your 4. Like this one candle cannot be your 4 or any other one. Like this is your 2, so you want to at least see a bit of a size range. And we don't have that. We are possibly creating it. But if you're looking for a 4, then more patience is needed here. But you are now going back inside the gap here. Let's see, 30 min. Is there a time frame where we have this move down as one candle? Nah. Holy moly. The candle this move is creating on a potentially a daily time frame is nutty. And those type of wicks do tend to get filled. So that will be interesting. If you do get a 3-waver here though, it might increase probabilities that you got a 5 at the top. I'm just counting. Because a WXY zigzag in Y needs a 5. Oh wait, unless that is your ABC. Flat X zigzag. Ah, that would be the bullish one. Let me use 1 hour. You have a flat here. X complex, Y zigzag. That would be the most bullish scenario. So if price can make it to the 618, this will be your bullish scenario where then we're looking for a 1, 2 and you want to see continuation. So eventually you might fill the bit of a gap or reject at the 618 where we also have the golden pocket. And then you're going to be looking for a 2, at least some sort of a retracement. Flat X, Y. Probably double zigzag potential in X. Oh, now this would be your most bullish scenario. If this becomes a 3-waver, we take a fib for your, let me do here, to the low, to the high, WXY. This is your target area. Most common target area for wave Y is between the 1 and the 1.236, which is where price bounced. No? But this, again, this is only stuff that we know once price starts ranging. The moment price is coming down, you're not thinking about these type of scenarios, right? You're going to be thinking about an impulse to the downside And only if it's an ABC, you wait for a range. For an impulse, you wait for a range in a wave 4. So now that we see price doing the efforts of moving up, it's not even at the 618. But now this is like we can start thinking already, right? And this is where then you count the waves and think of scenarios where, hey, if we do hit the 618, what's then bullish and what's then the bearish scenario, no? This would then be your bullish scenario. I will clean this up, see what price does. We're only at the 1.5 or the 0.5 here. So let's see what happens, and maybe it's a scenario I talk about in the 7 p.m. video. The 7 p.m. video is only in 2 hours. So I'm not even sure if I should do a 7 p.m. video. I probably should to just summarize a bit of what happened in a way. Back to class. What did I miss? What's up, Video Kingdom? I think you came back at the right time because not too much really. We've been chatting most of the time. What's up, Tulsi and Tenman? Currently just focusing on Bitcoin. It's also the focus of the channel. I do altcoin sometimes during streams, but only if Bitcoin does nothing. And it's an interesting day, of course. What do you think about trendline trading? I learned it on YouTube, made some really good trades. Also use Beijay. I don't know Beijay, but yeah, I mean, trendline trading can be very, very profitable. If you have a plan, if you have a system, then absolutely can be very profitable. So it's about creating a plan, and it doesn't matter what you use as a trader, trend lines, indicators. As long as you have a plan based on statistics that you can consistently repeat, you'll be good. But you need to create the plan or the system. NGN 6000X, you what, mate? Wait, am I writing this correctly? NGN? NGN. Looks like price is going to move up as well. You're not talking about this, right? No. I don't know. Loading. And back up we go. Missed out on the 382 touch here, so that would be a very shallow wave 2. It's likely gonna hit the 618 now, so that increases the probabilities of the move I just mentioned. You could have a WXY instead of a flat ABC, WXY, which is then the most bullish. Because the moment you touch the 618 here, which is quite likely now, we have to think of also a new bearish scenario if that's the case. So the bullish one is WXY flat X zigzag 535 ABC finished, then you look for up. In a bearish scenario, this is then the end of your 5 probably, because you can't really add this to a bearish scenario by starting counting here. Because in a double combo WXY, your wave Y can't be a complex structure, WXY. So if this, in a bearish scenario, if this is a zigzag and we look for further continuation, the zigzag itself has to be a wave A or a B. A. Wave W or an A. Which therefore means this then has to be your 5. And you're going to be looking for a correction like this. And in the bullish scenario, right, bullish, WXY finished up. Bearish, 5, WXY. but this is a corrective structure to the downside, so it increases probabilities that later you go up again. Having a three-wave structure here to start a bearish scenario lowers the probabilities of a high time frame wave 5. A little bit of live Elliott waves based on this is what is nice about being patient. We're not longing the lows, we are just waiting for price to show us more, and that's when we reassess. So in that case, I probably 1, 2, 3. Let me have a look here. 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your end of a 5, but then I'd be looking for a 4 of a larger degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's then the bearish scenario, because you start a move down then with a three-wave structure, which then leads to either an A, W, X, B, Y, or C. But you can't get a impulse down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Much lower price, because it's not an impulse, then a three-wave structure. And if you have an impulse, you can also get a sharp zigzag, which is common for a 2. But getting a WXY or something like that is more common for a wave 4. So it's nice. It's also good to see that price has a little bit of action here, where we can immediately think about scenarios. While we basically, you can see the process as well of morning video, probability is higher to move down, we get to move down. Price moves down, we just wait. We wait for a range to form, we wait for clarity. In this case, not too long not too long of a range, sorry. Price moving up, almost hitting the 618, just missed out on it at the moment. But then you can see the moment that price is moving towards that 618, we immediately think about, okay, what could this mean from an Elliott wave point of view? So we start counting, reassessing some probabilities in case it does touch. And that's when we get some new scenarios for later today at 7 p.m. Unless I'm going to be live for another 2 hours. I mean, honestly, I could as well stay live for another 2 hours and be like, fuck that, like, separate video for 7 p.m. Central European time. I mean, all the moment. I just, well, that's a great question, which I just happened to have answered. So I just shared the two scenarios. It's still wave 4. Oh wait, the bullish scenario. Let me actually, 1 second. I just thought about this. Let me see, I need to low. So the bullish scenario, low made, 5 times, it's quite long though. It's quite long. Where then your scenario, right? W, X, Y, flat, double zigzag, zigzag, that's fine. Bullish. So this is your bull. Shallow retracement in 4, 2, 3, 6, common target has been hit, of course. And then you look for 5 up, 48.50k, interesting. That's the bull. And the bear, what did I just say? The bear is then, oh yeah. 1 second. I need to clean up my charts later as well. If price moves up here, then the bear is going to be removing this. So I just now hide it because we haven't yet touched it. I want to see it touch. and then your 5. Either you're going to move this here, that's not too great. 1, 2, 3, too long over 4, 5. Wait. Counting. Then we have to remove the A, but we're not there yet as we didn't yet hit it. Nope. Then you got a dip, but then you expect a really big WXY. This is a very, very, very short zigzag. A 3-wave here is either the end of your 4 in a WXY or the beginning of a corrective structure. Time-wise, if that is where your bigger yellow 4 begins, it's a very shallow first move. That's not ideal. But if you want the bearish scenario, you need to think about this being then a W or an A. But if it becomes, yeah. That's in the bearish, W or A, X or B, and then a deeper retracement. But it needs to take a lot more time, and your A or W is so short in time. Lowers the probabilities. But if you start with a zigzag down, probabilities are higher that at a later stage you take the high. Either directly or later. You still expect higher prices. Only if you start with an impulse could you expect much lower. Either very deep retracements or much lower retracements. So didn't yet hit it still. Oh, bullish CVD here on the 3. So I don't like to have bullish or CVDs with the wick. With the big wick, you don't want to have CVD or look for CVD with a big wick, as those are not really trustworthy. Prefer to keep an eye on what happens locally. Arguably you had some bearish CVD on the blue here. And bullish CVD on yellow. Eventually the bullish CVD played out. So yeah, a little bit of live counting. Everyone that left earlier comes back and be like, huh? Bjorgum key levels. Oh, I have no idea about that yet. That's a new term for me. Interesting. Where do we look for confirmation? Well, that is where so probabilities, right? If price hits the 0.618 here, then this is a very short first structure for a bearish scenario in a much bigger bearish scenario, because it's so fast as well. Unless it's the beginning of a triangle. Holy moly, imagine. Jeez, then like we're gonna be here forever. That's still an option, time-wise, but not deep enough actually. So it would increase the probabilities to look for the highs, potential wave 5, but this is a very, very shallow 2. So then that would be something I keep an eye on. Fill the gap, observe the reaction. Previous range is now resistance, support resistance area. We still have the range here as well. Simply range trading, really. But we didn't yet hit the 618. So WXY end of 4 up, that's bullish. Bearish, you then have to end something here. You can't have A, B, C, and C being a 3-wave. That's not possible. WXY, W is a flat, Y can be a zigzag, but you can't have a zigzag something and another zigzag in Y. Y can't be a WXY internally. It needs to be a simple structure. So that is why, if you want to count this as a 3-waver in a bearish scenario, this has to be the high of an impulse, either a 5 or a 3 or something, so that your corrective structure down is then the beginning of a bigger correction down. But it's a very short move as well. So you have your W, long X, short Y. That would be better probabilities wise. Yeah. It's quite funny. Imagine you close the you close the day again where it started. Jeez. We had 500 people live when it dumped. Imagine you have you go back up and be like, everyone comes back. Hello, welcome back. I'm still live. 4 hours and 45 minutes in. Holy shit. Could this be a 1-2-1-2? Not looking for a double 1-2 because of the length of the second wave 1 here as well. It's an interesting take. This looks like a solid 1-2, but this being another 1-2 is very, very sharp for a second wave 1. Besides, you want to see some structure as well, right? For a second wave 1, you want to count an internal 5-wave structure. Now that should be possible also in an A, B, C. There has to be some sort of a 5-wave count, but for 1-2s, especially wave 1s, you preferably get structure. Not like this is very C-ish or 3-ish, and not 1-ish. If you know what I mean. I've been here from the start. Look at you go. Diehards here. Diehards. I'm gonna be so dead tonight. I'm going to be absolutely sleeping 4 hours 45 minutes now. I mean, in my Twitch days when I was a pro game, 4 hours 44 minutes 44 seconds caught it live. Ah shit, I'm too late with my screenshot. Never mind. When I was live on Twitch and stuff, sometimes you have longer streams, of course, like 5-6 hours streaming on a weekend day in the back in the day. Not during the week because I was a medical student, so yeah. But yeah, reaching solid hours. Maybe you should think about a leading. Take the lows once more, then pump it. About a leading. 7 Crypto, you're talking probably about a leading diagonal. But if you take the low once and then pump, this is an ending diagonal, not a leading. But an ending diagonal can only have zigzags, not impulses. An ending diagonal can only be made of 3 waves: 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So probabilities here are higher, of course. It's a 5, 3, 5, and then we observe if we get a 4 and a 5 down, or if we hit that 6 and 8, which we almost did. So I don't know what's leading, because either it would then be an ending diagonal, but this is not diagonal shape, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Expanding diagonals are very rare as well. So preferably other scenarios have a higher probability. So I'm not yet sure about what you mean with leading. Let me know what you mean, or you can always share something in Discord as well. Larger Caballero, 19 September 2022. Okay, 19 September. I should have added. Ah, this one. But of course, so the candle might be the same, but the context is different. As here we had a big move down already before we got this candle, and after this candle, that's when we started ranging sideways. Now this candle might be the high of the move, like a start of something or an end of something. Here it's the middle. We swing these lows, and then and then it came. Wait, is that what you mean? Then it came down again. Wait. Oh yeah, that's what 7 Crypto said. Yeah, take the low, creates a big wick. The thing is that, you know, bigger wicks do tend to get filled, so you always have to watch out for that. V-shaped recoveries are very rare in crypto. So we always have to be careful with V-shapes. It's also a very shallow retracement. If we look for an impulse, okay, 1 minute stuff. I rarely ever go to the 1 minute. Look, if you would take, no, which one is lower? Okay, this one. From the low to the high, the 382 hasn't been hit. Did we take the low? No. This would be a very shallow retracement for a 2. Common target area is 05 to 786. The 382 is less common, and anything above is rare. So that's not too nice, of course. Wait, what did I do? Oh, boy. Possibly here I was thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then an A, B, C. I think your C might be a bit too long. Oh, way too long. Okay, no, that's not great on the 1 minute. This is 1 minute stuff. This changes all the time. Unless then you have 1, 2, 3 sideways 4, 5, but your 2 is very short compared to your 4. Or, and that is of course the bearish, A, B, C, but then you're looking for a double zigzag. A, B, C, W, X. Then you're going to be looking for another A, B, C, Y. But if it hits the 0.618, probabilities for wave 4 really go down. BitPhantom, congrats on hitting 6K viewers, subscribers. Man, imagine 6K viewers. Holy shit. I wouldn't be able, like, I'll tell you up front. If we have 6K viewers here, once upon a time, one day, maybe, I will not go through chat line by line. I can't. I already struggled today with 500 people. I was behind like half an hour. I tried to read every comment and, you know, reply to the people that put effort into joining the stream, but once the numbers go up, Sheesh. And if that's consistent, we're gonna have a problem with that. Then I probably have to just let it be here at the low, and while I'm explaining stuff, comments come in, but people have to re-ask or rewrite while I'm answering stuff because I can't keep up anymore. I won't be able to answer everything. It's going to be an issue. But we're not there yet. I mean, holy shit, 500 people live. I think the last record must have been like 300. So that's nuts. Crazy day. She's indeed. What's up, random name? Yeah. If that becomes a triangle, I mean, oh yeah, wait, that's of course still a scenario. We're going to be in this range for a lot longer, but it's too early to call a triangle. But it would fit the potential low time frame stuff we have here, but it's very early. It will be worth talking about it, even though it's still early. 7 current ending in the C of the ABC flat. ABC. Oh wait. An ending diagonal in the ABC. I see what you mean. But then, let me zoom out. Wait, let me remove my range here. 1 second. So for a diagonal, right, in an ending, you're then looking for an AB and then a diagonal in C, right? So we want zigzags here. So this has to be a 535. So let's go to the 3. This looks like an extended fifth if you hit the 618. They do tend to end on high volume. So then arguably this is your latest 4. And then you have your 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. That would be the only way, but this is 1 minute, 3 minute stuff. Of course you want to have zigzags everywhere, but an ending diagonal starting like this is not ideal. It's also a very big wave 1 for a bigger C, because this is already whoa, this is already extended. This wave C is already extended, right, compared to A. Hitting the 3.618, that's rare for a wave C. But that is the reason why we wait for a range, right, to form, so we can reassess probabilities later. After this type of moves, it doesn't make sense to try and count stuff. You need to wait for more clarity. And then once we see price moving, we can reassess. But a diagonal or an ending diagonal here at the moment, with your wave 1 being so incredibly long, is not something that I would be looking for. Preferably a wave C, and your A was already a diagonal. So a diagonal, B diagonal is very rare as well. So it wouldn't be something I'm looking for at the moment. It's crazy, eh? Trade the range until it breaks, they always say. Bitcoin loves to range. Boom, 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 boom. What the hell? You gotta love it. Love it or hate it. Joe Frey is still here, man. Big props to the people that are still hanging out. Gustav, crazy, coming back from the gym and you're still live. Jeez, I know, right? I know. I actually want to go to the gym myself as well. My fiance wrote me a message at 12, which is basically when we went live. Let me quickly answer my fiance because I'm so kind. I'm already very late. I went live on YouTube and I still am. It's been a crazy afternoon. these lads and lasses pumped my channel from 5.8k, wait, let's be more specific, 840 subscribers to a nutty 6,000, I don't know, where are we now? Holy shit, 6,052. 6,052 to a nutty 6,000 subscribers. Insane. Still live, chilling with the ones left. Sorry for my late reply. Do you eat at home tomorrow and Friday night, or do you eat out? That's a good question. Tomorrow, where am I tomorrow night again? Oh wait, tomorrow I probably eat at the sauna as I go there, and then on Friday I have a gender reveal, and probably Friday I eat at my friend's place. So it's unlikely I'll eat at home both of the days. Okay, you want to have proof? Not that you need it. Ta-da! There you go. How are you doing? This is you. This is you, viewer watching. That's what happens. Price dumped, channel pumped. Hopefully we get confluence sometimes between pump and dump. So, yeah. What did I do? Wait. Yeah, still live, Gustav. I also want to go to the gym. I do have a gold stream later, but then I might go after gold. I actually had the gym for 5 to 6 p.m. but yeah, it's already 5:30 and I have to make this is the question. If I make a video for 7 p.m. I either have to go to the gym now, get ready now. I think that might be a good idea. So then, you know, we call it a day, we see what price does. We spoke about the scenarios if price does hit the 618. I go to the gym, come back, make the video for 7 p.m., see where price is with some of the scenarios. Probably not online at 7 p.m., but between 7 and 8. Hopefully early, like 7:15, because then I have to quickly shower and go live for gold at like 7:30 for an hour. Today is going to be upper body. Upper body. And last time I did my shoulders and my biceps, triceps, so like upper arm section. So today's going to be chest day. Do you need mods? Oh, I mean, eventually we definitely probably need to get to that. Not yet, like but yeah, there's going to be a moment we need to. Thanks, Joe, by the way, from subbing. Only other person in crypto is Mitch Ray. You give me similar vibes. Also, both using your unique strategies that work for you. Yeah, and I motivate everyone to look for their own strategies. But thanks for subbing, man. Appreciate that. Got to get myself. See you next time, man. Thanks for being here. Yo, Martin, what's up? Can you give me an overview as I just tuned in? The next update is at 7 p.m. But in an overview, right? If the 618 is hit, it invalidates an impulse down. Increasing probabilities, it's a 3-waver. So when we zoom out, this is going to be quick, right? Not detailed, but quick. If we look for a bigger 4, A, B, C, we need a 5-wave move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave 4 probabilities hitting the 618 are very, very low, which then means the impulse is kind of invalidated. So then I'm not looking for an A, B, C anymore to the downside, which then changes the bullish scenario to this being a wave 3 over here. This is your 4, and then a W flat, X double zigzag, Y flat zigzag, sorry, Y is a zigzag, hitting the common target for a wave Y. So then you expect to move up, right? That is the bullish scenario. I have to think about the probabilities. In a bearish scenario, this is the end of either a bigger wave 3 or a 5, and you move to the downside. But if you start with a corrective ABC potentially here, the probabilities are high, you're still going to catch the high. So if the 618 is hit here, probabilities are higher to still look for higher prices to come, unrelated to whatever structure we are making here. Hitting this 618, probability is higher to take the high. Either directly, or we move down first, or we range, whatever, it doesn't matter, right? A potential is a triangle here. If this is the high of a wave 3, this would be a pain in the ass. And you can continue in a triangle, A, B, C, D, E, up. That would be horrible. Alternatively, you have your 3 and you look for a W, X, Y, but your W is very, very short in time. So I really want a long X and a long Y instead. So yeah, that's that in a nutshell. Okay. Yeah. Rai, at work a lot. I'll see you in the next one. Cheers, man. Cheers. Thanks. Anoop, what's up, Anoop? How you doing, man? Good to see you here. Pete, how you doing? Upper body is mentioned. Just shared in Diamond ETF still element. I'll check your message in a bit, Randlelwa. I can't do the ADA. It's only Bitcoin this stream, really. Yeah. Okay, Martin, everyone here. Holy shit! It's been a crazy live stream, crazy day. But guys, I gotta go to the gym if I still want to do something, and I do want to do something, right? Upper body training. So I gotta move. Gotta go to the gym. I've been online here for how long now? 5 hours and 3 minutes. That's a record as well. Thank you everyone for tuning in. 5.8K to now 6,050, whatever the number is, subs. It's crazy for the size of channel that we're in, right? That's insane. So yeah, this won't be a day I forget in 2024. This is the first stream of 2024. Happy new fucking year. I will catch you during the next live stream tonight at 7 p.m. There will be an update, so let's see if price can hit the 618 or not. We'll see. Probably what I just explained in 1 minute to Martin is like a summary of what will happen in the 7 p.m. video. But it might not be at 7 p.m. because I go to the gym and I do want to work out a bit, and then I have gold after. So, yeah, it's been crazy. So again, thanks for being here. I'm gonna kick my ass to the gym, do some workouts. Hope to see you next time. And yeah, thanks for a crazy day. I'll catch you at the next one. Bye bye.